All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission meeting for September 13th, 2023. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Vice Chair Kimiko will be participating in tonight's meeting via conference. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Riddlemeyer? Here. Chair Rolinski?
Here.
Commissioner Robbins?
Here.
Commissioner Michael?
Here.
And Commissioner Narita is calling in. She's not here yet, so I'll mark down when she arrives.
Exactly. Thank you. Okay, everyone, to participate in tonight's meeting, one can do that one of two ways, in person and virtually. For those attending in person, please complete a yellow request to speak slip found at the back of, at the front of the room, and please hand it to our clerk. If participating virtually, click on the Zoom link found on the top of tonight's agenda. Use the Raise Your Hand feature, and you will be called upon at the appropriate time. When called upon, please let us know who you are and provide your comments to the Commission. Please note the speaker's timer can typically be found in the upper left-hand corner of your phone or computer screen and will inform you of the remaining time to speak. If participating by phone, please call 408-638-0968. Once again, 408-638-0968, and enter conference ID number 82 24 30 55 68. Once again, 82 24 30 55 68. It's 68 and a 1, I'm sorry. So 82 24 30 55 68 and the number 1. And enter the passcode 513593, once again 513593, and press the pound key. Press *9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press *6 to unmute and introduce yourself, followed by your comments to the Commission. Once again, speaking time is 3 minutes. The clerk will let you know when your 3-minute speaking time has expired. Public comment for each agenda item will remain available and open until all public comments to the Commission have been made. At that point, I will close the public comment period for that specific agenda item. The next item on tonight's meeting is what we refer to as the consent calendar. There is one item, and that is to approve the regular Commission meeting minutes for August 9th. Do I have a motion?
I'll so move.
And I'll second.
Okay. Right, thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the vote call.
Commissioner Riddlemeyer?
Aye.
Chair Rolinski?
Aye.
Commissioner Robbins?
Aye.
And Chair Michael?
Yes.
Okay.
The motion passes 4-0.
Okay. The next item on our agenda tonight is a section referred to as public comment. And this section of the meeting is for persons wishing to comment on an item not appearing on tonight's agenda. State law prevents the Commission from acting on any matter not on the agenda. However, your comments are welcomed, and staff and the Commission will take note of them and may consider them for inclusion into future Commission meetings. Cookie, do we have any speakers for this public comment period?
I have 2.
Okay, please. Okay.
Iwei Tang?
Mom, there is a proposed small cell facility installed at 729 West Capistrano Way, right next to my nursery room at a height of 16 feet. Today, I wanted to bring your attention that Crown Castle obtained that approval by misrepresenting a material fact. According to PG&E standards, effective as of May 2023, a pole within 4 feet of driveways would be a violation without exception. Based on that, the project document explicitly deemed another alternative location unsuitable, citing that exact reason. Interestingly, the same violation at 729 West Capistrano Way, our location, was not mentioned at all in the project document. It's worth noting that Crown Castle used that specific reason to make a lot of alternative locations unsuitable in almost every single project application document. Consequently, Crown Castle secured approval of our location, and subsequently in June 2023, after the approval, PG&E made an exception to approval our location per Crown Castle's request. So Crown Castle misrepresented information in order to achieve the best signal coverage. Our location is right in the middle of 2 locations who already got small cell facilitations installed. So that's the best signal coverage. And the owner is an 80-year-old lady of that stress. Such misconduct from Crown Castle should be penalized. Failure to do so will encourage them to continue misrepresenting information in order to install for facility wherever they want. Therefore, I kindly request the revocation of the permit of 729 West Capistrano due to the misconduct of Crown Castle in the application process. They need to reapply. And if the city disagrees, thinks that PG&E exception afterwards should be backward applied to 729 West Capistrano Way, I kindly request that it should be likewise be extended to all permits that were approved prior to June 30, 2023. That's a rule of grandfather, if grandmother, or father or mother, whatever. Sorry. So you should apply it equally. I wanted to thank you. Myself is an ESG investor as well, so I feel connection. So thank you for your contribution for the city. I deeply hope you can help us to present the interest of the San Mateo instead of Crown Castle. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Second speaker is Elaine Salinger.
2 Elaines, what's the chance of that? I didn't think there were that many of us. My name is Elaine Salinger, and I am the San Mateo County Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Council Chair. In July, you probably know that the San Mateo County Civil Grand Jury report was released, saying that, first of all, the number of cyclists in San Mateo County has not increased since 2002. Shocking. 2, without greater focus on bike safety, the number of riders will remain low because people will avoid cycling when they don't feel safe. And 3, San Mateo County cities and towns have a responsibility to make it safe for drivers, pedestrians, as well as cyclists. So I don't know if you know this, you probably don't if you're not cyclists, but riders and potential riders report that near misses is what keeps them from riding. It's not actually collisions. Anyone who cycles knows that near misses, dangerous driving, and illegal passing within less than 3 feet is frequent and really scary. Also, having a good source of data is the best way for us to determine where the problem areas are and how the risk can be reduced by changing our infrastructure, by changing how our roads are built. Unfortunately, the standard method for collecting data on conflicts between cars and cyclists is through a statewide program called SWITRS. Hopefully you're all familiar with that. SWITRS only reports actual collisions, not near misses. So these are situations where there's a fatality, a serious injury, or property damage. Switters collects no near-miss data whatsoever. So I want to let you know that the San Mateo County BPAC is considering starting a pilot program called Safe Shared Streets Video Pilot Program, where 10 frequent but average cyclists, so not these fearless crazy cyclists, but average cyclists, will be chosen, given video cameras, shown how to use them, shown how to enter new near-miss videos into an existing website called Cyclist Video Evidence, shown how to report these incidents to law enforcement, and how to track law enforcement's follow-up. And the data will appear on a map in Cyclist Video Evidence website, allowing Public Works to see where the problem areas are, and allowing you to make recommendations based on real data. The cost for this project is minimal. It has almost no impact on city staff, and I would like the city of San Mateo to consider a similar program. Thank you, and I would be happy to supply more information to you later. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you, Elaine.
I have no other speaker slips.
Okay. Okay, no more
see,
speakers for,
Let me check.
and yeah, anybody online? Anybody virtual on the
I see
phone?
no hands raised.
And anybody on the phone? Okay.
Oh, I do see Adam Steffes.
Okay. Adam? Is Adam phone or?
Yes,
Adam,
I'm
are
here.
you-
Okay, great. All right, Adam, we can hear you.
Thank you so much, Dear Commission. My name is Adam Steffes. I also live on West Capistrano Way. I'm Yue's neighbor across the street, and just want to speak in support of her message. There are a lot of very young children that live on our streets. I think as parents, we're all just very, always concerned about their health and well-being. The idea of a new cell system on our street, especially at the height of Yue's nursery, is extremely concerning to us. So we would just like to just offer, a second voice in support of her message. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, Adam.
I see no other hands raised.
Okay, all righty. Then I'll close out this section of public comment. And we'll move on to the next section for tonight, which is referred to as old business. And it's referred to old business because we update this, we refer to this, we speak of this work roughly every quarter. So in this section, we'll be discussing our quarterly bicycle and pedestrian projects update. It is an update, and it will not require any motion taken by the commission. We will have a presentation from Sue Ellen Atkinson, the city's principal transportation planner, and Nicolette Chan, who is our associate transportation planner. Sue Ellen and Nicolette's presentation will be followed by questions from the commission to staff. Then we'll move to comments to the public, made in person, by phone or video. And once all public comments have been heard, I'll bring the discussion back to the commission for any final couple of questions, as well as comments for Sue Ellen and Nicolette. So on that, Sue Ellen, would you like to kick off?
Good evening, Chair Rowinski and Commissioners. I'll introduce myself. My name is Nicolette Chan, Associate Transportation Planner. With me, Sue Ellen Atkinson, who is our Principal Transportation Planner. And like Chair Rowinski said, we're here to talk about some projects and plans that we currently work on related to, or that include bicycle and pedestrian improvements. On the agenda for tonight, we'll start with our infrastructure projects and then move on to planning projects and then end with a grant update. So first up is our Delaware Street Safe Routes to School Corridor project. This project will take place on Delaware Street between 19th Avenue to Pacific Boulevard. It includes the design and construction of a Class 4 separated bike lane and a bicycle boulevard, which will really help the schools nearby get greater access to the schools via bike and pedestrian improvements. And those schools include Fiesta Gardens International School and George Hall Elementary. This is a grant-funded project through a state grant program called the Active Transportation Program. And currently, the request for a proposal for this project just got released on September 7th, and the contract also will include community outreach services. So we will be conducting outreach as part of this project. The proposals are due October 5th, and city staff will be interviewing the firms that apply. The 28th Avenue Gap Closure Project. This is for the design and environmental review for bicycle and pedestrian connectivity on 28th Avenue. We revised the scope earlier this year and extended the project area. So the original project area was between Edison and across El Camino Real to connect to the Class 1 shared use path on the north side of 28th Avenue. And now we've extended it all the way from Edison Street to Kine Street. And this will allow us to design a on-street bike facility through this middle portion here, where on the outsides we have 2 bike boulevards. So now we have a full path of travel for bikes. So for this project, we're aiming to implement or design the bike facilities that were identified in the 2020 Bicycle Master Plan. So that includes a Class 4 separated bike lane between Edison and El Camino Real, a on-street bike facility between El Camino Real and Delaware Street, and that may look like either a Class 2 or a Class 4 facility. And then between Delaware and Kine, we are aiming for a Class 2 bike lane. Currently, we are revising the engagement plan and conceptual designs to now that we've expanded the scope, and we will be developing 3 design alternatives, which we will get feedback from the community through a community meeting, which is tentatively scheduled in November, and then we'll bring those alternatives also to the commission this winter. Smooth Streets Phase 3. This project includes a Class 3 bike boulevard on Sunny Brae Boulevard, yes, between Delaware Street and South Amplet Boulevard. As part of the project, there's also some traffic calming on Sunny Brae that will be implemented, and pedestrian improvements. Back late July, there was a community meeting that was conducted on site to discuss the potential improvements for this project. And there has been a slight delay to the road reconstruction due to unforeseen soft soil conditions, but construction is expected to begin in fall 2023, and then the bicycle improvement striping is expected in winter. 4th and 5th Railroad Crossing Improvement. This project includes a Class 2 bike lane on 5th Avenue between B Street and Railroad Avenue. And as you can see from the photos, most of the bike lane striping and signage has already been complete, but the full project completion is expected in the next few months. School zone speed limits. So for this project, we are reducing speed limits around qualifying school zones. The criteria for these qualifying school zones was based on the California Vehicle Code. And so for those areas that qualified, we reduced the speed limits to 15 miles per hour within 500 feet of a school, and then 25 between 500 and 1,000 feet of the school. Implementation took place in 3 different phases. Phase 1 was around public elementary and middle schools, and this phase is now complete, and I'll talk more about that on the next few slides. And now we are currently working on phase 2 and 3, which are in design, and those phases include public high schools and private schools. This is a map of the phase 1 locations that is already complete. You can find this map on the Slow for Students webpage, which is displayed on the slide. And before we move on, I wanted to highlight some of the outreach that was conducted as part of our Slow for Students campaign. The outreach was launched on August 15th to coincide with the first day of school. And as part of the campaign, we distributed over 200 yard signs in English and Spanish, and extra yard signs are available at City Hall, King Center, and all San Mateo branch libraries if anyone else would like to post yard signs on their yards. We also gave out stickers to schools so that the students could be involved and excited about the campaign. There was news coverage through an article posted in the San Mateo Daily Journal, and also news segments that were live on Cron 4 and Telemundo. And then we also had dynamic message signs on main corridors, and then used the social media channels as well as Parent Square to reach out to parents and schools about our campaign. The 19th Avenue Fashion Island Class 4 Bikeway, the city is coordinating with the San Mateo County Transit Authority and Samtrans on this project, and it includes feasibility design and construction of a Class 4 bike facility with smart corridor elements. So smart corridor elements are technology enhancements that improve the travel experience for those using transit, and they can include real-time bus arrival screens, benches with USB charging capabilities, and Wi-Fi. And this project will connect to Future Mobility Hub and complements the 10192 interchange project. Currently, we just wrapped up the Phase 1 outreach, which did include a bike and walk audit, and we also had pop-up tables at the Peninsula YMCA and Seal Slough, and we will be coming back to the Commission with an update early next year. Now I'll pass it to Sue Ellen to talk about our planning projects.
Good evening, Chair Rowinski and Commissioners. So starting off our update on our planning projects, we'll first talk about the San Mateo Complete Streets Plan. So again, this plan is a citywide comprehensive multimodal plan that's looking at how we can re-envision our existing roadways to enhance safety, connectivity, and access for getting around San Mateo through all different modes of transportation, including walking, biking, driving, transit, et cetera. This plan supports General Plan 2040 with projects that are focused on multimodal transportation. Currently, we have recently completed Phase 1 community engagement, and I'll provide a short update on that in the next slide. We've also worked on identifying our recommended high needs corridors, which are the future corridor projects that have been identified that have a high need for improvements in terms of safety, comfort, and accessibility for all modes. We've also started drafting our design standards manual for this project. Also to note, we'll be back to the Commission next month with an update that's focused on the Complete Streets Plan, so more to come on that. All right, so as I mentioned, we just wrapped up Phase 1 of our community engagement for this project. So we had a very busy June and July out and about. We did a walk and transit tour, a bike tour throughout the city, and then several pop-ups. We were at the 4th of July celebration at Central Park, at the College of San Mateo Farmers Market. And then we also did 2 focus groups. One was with the Mid-Penn Housing Facility on El Camino, and another one with the school district held at College Park. And the College Park focus group, we were able to conduct entirely in Spanish, and at the Mid-Penn focus group, we had a split focus group that was half Spanish, half English. So coming up on this project, we'll be finalizing the needs assessment, finalizing our high needs corridors, developing the draft policies for the plan and those design standards. And again, we'll be back to you next month with more information on this project. Next up is our Complete Streets North Central Plan. So this is a plan that is separate from the Complete Streets citywide plan, but occurring at the same time, simultaneously, side by side. So this is a focused transportation planning document specifically for in the North Central neighborhood. And what this project is aiming to do is understand the lived experience and the needs and goals for transportation in North Central. The status on this project is that we kicked off our initial engagement phase, which really focuses on listening and understanding the needs and the goals. So we were at National Night Out on August 1st. We've also conducted a number of stakeholder interviews with neighborhood leaders, and we've scheduled our first lived experience group meeting for early October 2023. And the focus of the lived experience group is to get feedback from neighborhood leaders who can then help us in terms of facilitating future engagement events with the community groups that they represent. So we are very excited for that to kick off. In terms of engagement for the Complete Streets North Central Plan, we have engagement throughout the entirety of the plan. So phase 1, again, is the listening phase. Phase 2 is co-creation, where we're getting feedback from the community in terms of what the safety concerns are, what the transportation needs are, and taking those and developing them into recommendations. And then phase 3 is reviewing, so looking at the priority project recommendations, looking at the priorities for projects, and doing some ground truthing to determine, did we get it right based on what we heard from the community. Next up, citywide transportation demand management ordinance. We brought this to you just a few months ago. So this project is funded through an MTC, Metropolitan Transportation Commission, technical assistance grant, and is working on a comprehensive approach to transportation demand management throughout San Mateo by recommending trip reduction goals throughout the city. In this summer, we completed our first round of community engagement, which were focus group meetings with our stakeholder groups. Currently, we're finalizing our TDM measures list, which is a list of all of the potential measures to be included in the ordinance. And we're also developing the draft policy framework, so all of the different parameters for the policy, including compliance and monitoring requirements. Another plan that Public Works is currently working on is the Local Roadway Safety Plan, or LRSP. This is a project that is taking a data-driven approach to recommend prioritized safety improvements at specific locations in San Mateo. This type of a plan is required to maintain eligibility for future Caltrans funding, and it's also giving us the opportunity to look at the data that we have in terms of traffic safety and determine what spot improvements can be made through engineering projects. So this project was also in community outreach during the summer. We were very busy and at a lot of different places in the city throughout the summer. This project primarily relied on pop-ups and an online mapping activity. And on the lower right-hand corner of the screen, you can see the A-frames that were throughout the city. Hopefully you saw them, that had information on traffic safety in specific areas of the city. So for example, they were in the Hillsdale area, in the Bay Meadows area, in the downtown, in North Central, with specific collision data, traffic safety data and information, and then a link to that online survey. This project will be coming in front of the commission for an update later this fall. And then one grant update tonight, the MTC Parking Management Grant. Staff submitted an application to this program to take a look at our parking requirements that are in our zoning code. So parking requirements in the downtown and parking requirements throughout the city, in order to align those parking requirements with the new MTC Transit-Oriented Communities Policy, which I will get into in a little bit more detail in a moment. MTC did recommend the project for full funding in July, and we're expecting to get notice to proceed on the work in fall 2023. So this transit-oriented communities policy is a new policy from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. Adherence to the policy is required to maintain eligibility for future funding, such as the One Bay Area Grant Program, which we utilize for a number of our infrastructure projects in the city. So being in alignment with the policy is quite important to us. As a city with Caltrain stations, which you can see on the map here, we fall into Tier 3 of the policy. So the policy applies to anywhere within a half mile of our Caltrain stations, which for us includes a half mile of Hillsdale, Hayward Park, downtown San Mateo Caltrain stations, and a portion of the city is within a half mile of the Burlingame Caltrain station. So those areas would be required to comply with the policy. And there we go. The requirements of the policy include no parking minimums. Parking minimums is how our parking requirements are currently structured throughout the city. So we have a good deal of work to do there. It requires that we establish parking maximums in these areas. So for these areas that are a half mile from transit, we do need to comply in terms of parking requirements by aligning our parking requirements to be maximums. It also requires secured bicycle parking, which we do currently require, and then requires shared parking between different uses. So staff expects to get notice to proceed later this fall, and we'll engage with MTC on beginning that work. With that, that concludes the staff presentation. Nicolette and I are both available for questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Sue Ellen. Okay, so we're going to go in, we're going to have the commission ask questions of the staff, and then we'll come back to the public and see if, what questions you may or may not have, or comments, actually comments for staff. So I'll start with Commissioner Rillmeyer.
Thank you for your presentation. You all are busy. You must have 100 people on your staff. I do have quite a few questions. Let's first talk about I'll start with Nicolette, the infrastructure projects. You mentioned the Delaware project is, the RFP went out. What is the time frame for that? What can you estimate?
We do have a grant that is funding the Delaware project. So there is, I think the outside of spending that grant funding is in 2026. But once we have proposals received on the design, we'll be able to have a better estimate of how long that design and community engagement will take. But then after that, we'll have to go out for construction. So ideally sooner than 2026, but that's the limitation on the funding currently.
Okay, great. You mentioned a community meeting for the 28th Avenue in November. Do you have any more details? How will people be notified about the community meeting?
You took the 28th Avenue community
Right,
meeting?
28th Avenue.
So we're planning on having flyers, and we'll also put some sidewalk decals along 28th Avenue. So we're hoping to engage with those that currently use the route. And we'll also send mailers out to the neighborhood. And we'll definitely have the community meeting, hopefully at the Hillsdale Branch Library, so everyone that's local can walk there.
Okay. Smooth streets. I'm interested in what traffic calming measures you plan to implement. You mentioned the Delaware to Amplet.
We're currently looking into putting in speed bumps on Sunny Brae Boulevard to help reduce the speeding along that street.
Okay, great.
But it's still being considered.
Are there other options that you're looking for traffic calming?
I would have to check back on that.
Now, recently in other parts of the city, we had some streets repaved and steps were not taken to make the bike lanes that are in the bicycle plan that were supposed to be there or are planned to be there. I'm just wondering, I know that when you're paving, when you're doing the smooth streets, it's the ideal time to do traffic calming and these other measures as well, because you have the crews out there. If that doesn't happen, is there going to be another chance for something like a traffic calming or bike lane to be implemented? How does that process work?
While we do make an effort to include pedestrian and bike improvements while we're doing the paving projects, paving funding can only be used for certain types of activities, which largely relate to paving. So if we don't have funding identified for the bike and pedestrian improvements, they may not be done at the same time, or if the design that's necessary for those improvements would expand past when the paving project is expected to be constructed, then perhaps it wouldn't be done at the same time. That being said, the fact that a roadway has been paved does not preclude us from going back and doing those improvements at a later date. And one of the first things that you need for a good bike facility is a smooth pavement. So having that newly paved surface or surface that has been paved within the last few years and is not due for maintenance anytime soon actually provides a great opportunity there. And in addition, a number of locations in the city that have had speed cushions installed in the last few years have been done completely separate from paving activities. So they're not necessarily completely tied together, nor are they required to be.
What is usually the time frame for repaving? Because you said if it's been paved within a few years, it's still smooth. How often are they repaved typically?
I can try answering and then ask Brad to chime in. But the city relies on Pavement Condition Index, which is PCI. And so when it's at a certain PCI, there may be maintenance that's done, like slurry seal in order to improve the condition. If it needs more rehabilitation, then a full reconstruction is done. But I would encourage Brad to share anything extra.
Okay, I have a few more questions. 15 miles per hour school zones. I know that has something to do with the areas where that was implemented. That's a California code. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? Because I'm just wondering, it's such a small area that gets that 15 mile per hour limit.
Sure. So the California Vehicle Code allows speed limits to be reduced to 15 miles per hour if they meet these three criteria. So the first one is within 500 feet of the school, approximately one city block, so that's where you would look at. And then the area has to be within a residential neighborhood, which is defined by state law as 13 or more contiguous homes or business structures. And then the last one is the street can only have a maximum of 2 traffic lanes. So there has to meet those 3 criteria in order for us to reduce the speed limit.
Okay. Well, I've heard from a lot of concerned residents about a few schools that are not fitting that criteria, so it's very understandable that those were not included. But what can be done? And I'm speaking specifically of Aragon and Baywood, and because those are on a very busy 4-lane street.
And the city is looking at speed limits citywide, and I believe that there will be an update coming to commission later this fiscal year on that effort. We went ahead and addressed the speed limit reductions that we could near schools that qualified. In areas that don't qualify, there may be other options, but that's part of the citywide effort.
Okay. I'm looking forward to seeing that soon rather than later. 19th Avenue, Fashion Island, bike lane. I'm looking forward to seeing this. I do use that. I will use that once it's implemented. I use what I can. It gets very dangerous at one point now without any sort of bike lane. But I'm curious, I've looked at the map and I've ridden it, and it doesn't go all the way to Bridgepoint Shopping Center. I'm wondering why. We are looking at a specific scope and what's able to be funded based on the funding that's provided through the TA and other funding sources that have been put together. And so the extent of the project right now is limited by those funds. In addition, going one block, basically going to Bridgepoint Shopping Center, would involve going in an area where we would need additional coordination from Caltrans because of the on-ramps for 92 in that location. And that was just simply out of the budget at this time. But we would hope that we would be able to do a phase 2 that would address that issue. Mm-hmm. Okay, great. And getting towards the end, you mentioned several plans that are going on. I know that this summer there were several different interactive participatory maps online that people could contribute comments to, and it got really confusing. So I'm wondering what's the coordination between the two maps that were online?
It's disheartening to hear that it was confusing because there was coordination behind the scenes to have those maps out at the same time. Both of the maps were gaining slightly different information, but since they were out at the same time and the information that was being gathered could be used for either, the coordination behind the scenes was such that the project teams were sharing the feedback from each map. The outreach to promote the maps was done simultaneously with information going out about, we're addressing transportation safety. Here's one map, here's another map. And we were at outreach events simultaneously doing the same, at the same booth, getting information for both projects. So behind the scene, we're sharing information between the two project teams, but those maps were very specific in what they were trying to gain.
Okay. That's all of my questions, I think. Yeah, I'll save the rest for the end and let other people have a chance. Thank you.
Alrighty. I do see Vice Chair Narito has joined us. Would you like, do you have any questions?
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yep, yes, we can.
Oh, yay. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Yeah, just a couple questions. Thank you so much for a great presentation, as always. So my first question is on the North Central project. So just as a point of clarification, at the moment, all the current infrastructure, including the Humboldt bike lane and all that, is still there. And there's no actual, concrete plan to remove it, or it's not in process of being removed, correct? Because there were some public comment emails we got that seemed to suggest that folks were under that impression.
That is correct. The North Central Complete Streets Plan is looking at transportation needs holistically throughout the neighborhood, and looking at safety and comfort for all modes throughout the neighborhood. But as you noted, there are no concrete plans to remove the existing infrastructure in the neighborhood.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. And along those lines, on the same project, there was a slide that mentioned co-creation of recommendations. And it said that those recommendations would be community-led and data-backed. And I was curious if you could speak to a little more detail on the parameters of that, or any agreements between city staff and community, who's defined as community, just more details on all of that.
Sure. There's no specific agreement in place at this time. As mentioned, we're just beginning the first phase of outreach for the project. What is meant by community-led and data-supported recommendations is that we want to hear from the community what the concerns are, and then take those concerns and identify improvements, facilities, programmatic recommendations, et cetera, that can address those concerns. In some cases, when we do outreach throughout the city, regardless of what neighborhood we're in, we hear specific requests, such as I'd like a stop sign here, I would like a curb extension here, et cetera. And we are bound by certain warrant requirements in terms of implementing, for example, traffic signals, stop signs, putting in pedestrian flashing beacons, et cetera. So what is intended by that statement is we want to hear from the community as to what the concerns are and what the issues are, and then identify the recommendations that can be implemented to address those. But in some cases, the concerns that are raised, if they're very specifically toward one improvement that we're not necessarily able to do based on warrants or engineering requirements, then when we would need to evaluate what could be done to address that concern.
And then, Sue Ellen, the unique feature of this project then is that it's because I feel like you do that for a lot of community concerns outside, in general. You take the feedback and you try to implement recommendations that are feasible to implement. So what's the distinguishing uniqueness of this project?
What's unique about this project is that while community engagement is and has become much more of an integral part of all of our projects, it's become a larger portion of all of our projects. For the North Central Complete Streets Plan, the community engagement budget is fully half of the project budget. So we're very focused on being out in the community, engaging with established community groups in the neighborhood to try to really get to what the neighborhood's concerns are, what the specific goals are, and what people want to see there.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Last question. The transit-oriented communities policy sounds very exciting, and it's new, I think, and we hadn't heard about it. I don't think we'd heard about it before. And I don't know what shared parking between uses mean. Could you explain that?
Sure. And yes, the policy is new, and we are all learning what the parameters are. Shared parking between uses means rather than building, for example, building parking for residential and building parking for office and building parking for retail, for example, that you're building parking that can be utilized by all. And in many cases, the peak or highest demand timeframes for parking are different for the different uses. So for example, peak demand for residential parking is overnight, and that's hopefully when demand for office parking is at the lowest. So for example, those two uses can actually share parking. So rather than building 100 for residential and 100 for office, you might be able to build a total of 125 or something like that rather than 200 because those uses actually coincide and the spaces are able to be utilized more efficiently.
Great, and that then reminds me of now I have a different question. So for this policy, there are certain boundaries of this policy implementation, but what are any kind of potential spillover concerns with regards to putting pressure on parking slightly outside of these outside of these boundaries? And is there a plan then to look more holistically across the city? Because I do recall you talking about that at a prior commission meeting. So how do they intersect?
Sure. There are a lot of different things that really intersect in this policy. So you may have been aware of Assembly Bill 2097 that restricts cities from requiring any type of parking or any amount of parking in actually the same exact areas where the TOC policy is in effect. So effectively, under AB 2097, we can't make any parking requirement, but under the TOC policy, we have to put a cap.
Okay, so more stringent.
Yeah. So the way that those two interplay is that we can't say what the bottom is, but we have to put a cap on in terms of how much parking can be provided. As part of the MTC parking management grant, we did include revisiting parking requirements for uses throughout the city. So we are intending to look along, and this, I did not mention, this is a project that will be done hand in hand with our colleagues in community development. So we'll be looking at parking requirements throughout the city to determine if they need to be modified as well.
Great. Thank you so much. Those are all my questions.
Okay. Commissioner Michael.
I don't have any questions, but great job, and that is a lot of projects. I was agreeing with your comment before that there must be a lot of staff behind it.
Commissioner Robbins, questions?
No questions on this item.
Okay, Cookie, we'll move to the public. We'll move now to public comment. Do we have any speaker slips for this?
I've got 5 speaker slips for in here. If anyone online wants to speak on this, if you could raise your hand so we could get a count. That is for this item only? I've got two.
All right, so
Two
we have a
online.
total, we have a
So
total
we
of...
will start with those in city council, in
All
the
right.
chambers.
So there's a total of 7.
Right.
Okay. We'll keep it to 3 minutes for this, for now.
Okay.
Okay.
The first one is John Felder.
For your presentation. My name is John Felder, and I'm a social studies teacher at Aragon High School. I bike across San Mateo regularly to get to school and would like to share a few thoughts on biking across our city. So I've seen some recent successes and improvements that, and some of those would be Humboldt between 4th and 9th now has a dedicated bike lane with green paint, and the intersection in particular of Humboldt and 4th has gotten a lot safer with that bike lane that you added there, so that's been big improvement. First Ave downtown east of the train station now has a bike lane with green paint. That was encouraging to see. Fifth Avenue west of El Camino, a bike lane with green paint is much safer, and that's been excellent to see. Pedestrian crosswalks with button-activated flashing lights on 4th, 5th, El Camino, and the 15-mile-an-hour elementary school zones are all also really encouraging to see. So thank you guys for all of that. I think the city of San Mateo needs to think about prioritizing bike safety improvements on 2 really important crosstown streets, and those would be 5th Ave and 9th Ave / Aragon Boulevard. So 5th Ave first. So I did notice the between B Street and Railroad Tracks, B Street and the railroad tracks, the new dedicated bike lane with green paint, and that is really great. You guys showed a picture of that, and that is really nice to see. But between B and El Camino, there is no green paint or safe space for bikers. East of the railroad tracks on 5th between Delaware and Humboldt, which was recently repaved, there is a new printed bike icon in the letters BLVD, but no green paint. Stamping that with green paint, like the stretch of California Ave between Burlingame and Millbrae, would increase its visibility as a bike boulevard. I was asking my wife about that last night, if she knew that that was a bike boulevard, and she didn't. I don't think most people do. So, like, increased visibility. Okay, 9th Ave and Aragon Boulevard are really unsafe. Portions of 9th Ave have bike lanes, but there is no green paint. Stamping green paint on bike icons where the road isn't wide enough for a bike lane is necessary and would be a huge improvement. Please make Aragon Boulevard a top priority. It is used heavily by cars and bikes for families taking students to St. Matthews, Aragon, Burrell, and Baywood. Aragon Boulevard is wide enough for a full bike lane, and cars, bikes really need guidance on how to share the road there. There's cars all over the place. So that is, that needs a lot of work. Other improvements to consider: Alameda at Woodland by Aragon High School is a busy blind intersection that needs a stop sign and a crosswalk, possibly a traffic light. Could Edinburgh Street in the Baywood area benefit from a bike lane? What about Norfolk? Could we get green paint there? But I think, so my closing question is, are we creating safe bike routes around the city for residents and offering safe bike routes to schools for children? My answer is not yet, but hopefully in the near future, hopefully we can create some urgency around this issue. Thank you guys very much.
All right. Thank you, John.
Second speaker is Elaine Salinger.
Thank you for listening to me the second time. So, like I said, I'm the San Mateo County Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Council Chair. And I see this all the time with San Mateo County, too, the issues that you're having. You guys are doing a great job with the resources that you have. But I do want to point out that we just added a 5th lane to 101 at the cost of over $500 million. And study after study has shown that adding lanes to freeways reduces the traffic for about 6 months because it encourages more drivers, and then you're back to square one. Had that money been used to build what we need for bike infrastructure, it would be amazing. It would, because when people feel safe, they will cycle. And I'm 70, I cycle. It's not the hills that bother me, it's the cars and the trucks. So please build those protected bike lanes. If you build them, people will come, cyclists will come. And like I said in the first talk, the grand jury report from the San Mateo County showed that there has been no increase in cycling since 2002. And there's a reason for that. We have the perfect weather here for cycling. There should be tons of cyclists here. They're here. They go out biking once, they get scared, they never want to get back on their bike again. So please use that infrastructure money for things that will really reduce the traffic. Put it to use for bike infrastructure. And the other thing that's missing is near-miss data. So you look at collision data and decide that's where we need the infrastructure, and maybe from hearing from people like you about where the problem areas are perceived to be, but getting data about where the near misses are happening, because they're the same spots over and over again. And if you had that information, it would be really useful. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Elaine.
Next speaker is Robert Whitehair.
Good evening, members of the Commission and Chair Wawrinski. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here today to talk about all the good things you're doing with bicycle safety. The programs that were mentioned by staff are excellent. I'm glad to see that you have done them. I'm speaking on behalf of the San Mateo Climate Action Team because getting more people on bikes gets people out of cars and reduces greenhouse gas emissions. I'm speaking on behalf of the newest homeowner association in San Mateo, the Burrell Neighborhood Association. We very much appreciate what you've done with lowering the speed limits in front of Burrell Middle School. And finally, I'm speaking on behalf of bicyclists everywhere in the city, myself included occasionally. I'm a little bit older than Elaine. I occasionally bike, and I very much appreciate everything you've done. When my kids went to Burrell, which is a long time ago, we'll leave it at that, a lot of the kids used to bicycle to school. You don't see that much anymore. I saw somebody bicycle this morning, and I was surprised because you just don't see it. It has to do with bicycle safety. It has to do with a lot of things. Our organization, Burrell Neighborhood Association, has asked for speed humps and for traffic safety, other kinds of traffic safety, and we hope the city is able to afford to do that. And finally, this Monday at 10 a.m., when the 15-mile-an-hour speed limit near our house was in play, somebody came blasting down the street at about 35 miles an hour. I saw them at the last minute, slammed on the brakes coming out of my driveway. The program's been mostly successful, but there are few that are missing the boat and really need to adhere to the 15-mile-an-hour speed limit on Edinburgh, where we live, as well as on Barneson. Thank you for all you do, and whatever we can do to help get more bicycle safety, we're very willing to do that for you. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Robert.
Max Mountner.
Thank you, Commission. Thank you, staff. Sue and Nicole, you guys are awesome. It's amazing to hear how you guys are managing to chase down this grant money for what seem like really insurmountable funding problems. And even when we land it and it gets pulled back from us, like the Hillsdale pedestrian bike accessibility over 101, hopefully it'll come back around. I live on Highland Avenue, which is off of Poplar, and while I'm not in the North Central neighborhood, my wife and I benefited hugely from the Poplar bike lanes going in, as well as the Humboldt bike lanes. We regularly make our way over to the Bay Trail via the Monte Diablo bike and ped bridge, which gets some love, but not enough. I wouldn't be coming to the City Hall on my e-bike as I did tonight safely without those bike lanes. So while I'm not being solicited for input about the North Central transit and Complete Streets survey, I am a stakeholder, and it's critical to my household's physical safety as a one-car household, and as I hope to be a model for other San Mateans. So know that these bike lanes are highly valued, and if anything, it's well documented that when public free car storage is taken away, it's not that demand disappears overnight. There's a lot of options that are available to us that are not all costly. I lived in the Bay Meadows neighborhood and was a resident as a renter through the residential parking permit program. I know that was offered up as an option when the last council voted on bike lanes on Humboldt and Poplar. So I know there are onerous requirements to a neighborhood to adopt residential parking permit programs, and I think there's a lot of messaging that's got to go in to explaining to residents how paying a fee that they never had to pay for before actually makes their community better and parking easier for them. So I wanted to offer up maybe some solutions to what I know is a hard problem, which is that parking demand doesn't disappear overnight. I also want to really quickly call out that there's been quite a few pedestrian and bike collisions where motorists have hit. There was a walker at Curtis Street and Hillsdale Boulevard. That was a hit and run. It was a resident who lives way out, an hour and a half away past Pinole. People are doing mega commutes by car, and it's a reflection of our land use causing these traffic problems. We have a really severe jobs housing imbalance ratio, which translates this kind of car traffic into the neighborhood. And so we're kind of uniquely victims of land use decisions that we've made that drive these kinds of traffic violence against pedestrians and bikes. So I want to highlight that while this is the Sustainability Infrastructure Commission, land use impacts all of these things. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Max. You packed a lot in your 3 minutes there.
Michael Reagan.
Okay.
Good evening. Good evening, Michael Reagan. First, I guess I'd like to say I used to sit on the Citizens Bike Advisory Committee. I think we sat together, and it's nice to see that we're making some headway. The initial, I guess, goal was to connect all of San Mateo. It's slow moving, but it's nice to see some of the projects getting done. And I know you guys are working hard at it, so thank you so much. Second point, I didn't realize you're going to be talking about the 15-mile-an-hour speed limit. I'm the current president of the Beresford-Hillsdale Neighborhood Association, and my wife and I took a tour of the different schools, Meadow Heights, Laurel, Beresford, Hillsdale, Abbott, and several of the private schools. And I'm glad you brought this up tonight. We found that there was a lot of irregularities in the signages. Some of the signs are covered with, when they put them in, they didn't realize that trees are blocking the view of the 15 mile an hour. And I think there's some improvement. So if you need my input or where the problems are, I'd like to get, if I can leave a card. The other thing is with Hillsdale, I've been working on trying to get the stuff at Hillsdale done. The principal at Hillsdale and I have met with City Public Works, and we've gone over several projects that may correlate with the addition. I know that's the next step, right, the high schools. And I've had input by several residents on the streets in and around Hillsdale High School that would like to be considered for the 15 mile an hour. Very kind of streets that are having a lot of traffic and a lot of speeding that would definitely help. Also, as far as the 28th Avenue bike lane that's currently in, I've heard a lot of people, it's just not working, the 28th Avenue bike lane. It's supposed to be for bikes to be able to get up and down there. You have the bike signs in, but the people driving are not respecting the bike riders coming up and down the street. And a lot of people that I've talked to have kind of given up on the usage of 28th Avenue. So maybe, we could get some input. And with 30 seconds left, I'd like to possibly invite you to our Beresford Hillsdale Neighborhood Association. We have a monthly meeting. If you guys would like to come, we could get the word out as far as spreading this next project you're doing with 28th Avenue. So thanks for listening to my comments.
All right, thank you, Mike.
That's all the comments I have for in council chambers. I will go online now. Mike Swire.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mike.
Great, thanks so much. My name is Mike Swire. I'm a San Mateo High School parent. I also sit on the San Mateo County Transportation Association Citizen Advisory Committee and also the CCAG San Mateo Bike and Ped Advisory Committee. First, I want to thank the chair committee for holding this meeting every quarter. It's great to get the updates. And a huge thank you goes out to staff, Sue Ellen, Nicolette, Bethany, and everybody else that does so much with so little. I think we should prioritize some spending on a cloning project so that we can get more of you, because I think that's one of the best ways that we could get more done more quickly. And there is a lot more to be done. Unfortunately, that was evidenced, as Max said, we had 2 pedestrians hit within the last week, one in critical condition and also a person on a bike in North Central, just to reinforce how important it is for these changes to be made. They are having a great impact. So we had Bike to Anywhere Day a couple months ago. And I actually stood on Humboldt for a couple hours in the morning, and I counted over 100 users of the Humboldt bike lanes on Bike to Work Day. And I think it's getting better year over year. At least that's what I'm seeing at San Mateo High School, where my kids go to school. That brings me to please do not consider rolling back any projects when we have so much to do and so many people are basically betting their lives on existing projects. If we take out bike lanes and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on that when there's so much money and staff time necessary to get done what needs to be done, that just seems ridiculous. I would encourage the city to think more about quick builds. It's the most bang for buck way to get things done, but I don't think there's staffing, a process, or money dedicated to that. At least I'm not aware of that. On the 15-mile-an-hour project, thanks so much for doing that. I hope we can move as quickly as possible, and I hope for those schools like Aragon that were not included that we can develop traffic calming or other measures, and then start to think about senior centers, etc. On 19th Avenue, I really hope that we can go all the way from Hayward Park down to Bridgepoint. We've got the Chick-fil-A coming in, and that will be a major disaster. So let's get those teenagers on bikes if we can. The maps, I think, worked out great for the 2 projects. I was wondering if we could have like a 24 by 7 by 52 week map that people could fill in over the course of the year, instead of trying to remember everything, once every 2 or 3 years when we do this. It would be great have a single source where people can enter that stuff as we go. I'm sure you're aware that the Democratic Party locally put bike lanes and bike infrastructure on its platform for the future. It's definitely a priority. And I'm disappointed that the Hillsdale Bike and Ped Bridge is not happening. I know that's not your fault. It is another sacrifice that we've made to the widening of 101. The same thing happened on Holly and San Carlos. And I would encourage the commission actually to oppose the 101 widening to reduce car traffic and prioritize the funding for Bike and Ped. That's all I've got. Thanks so much.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. We have our final speaker.
I have Cooper Wong.
Oh, Cooper. All right, Cooper?
Hello?
Yes, Cooper, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, commissioners and staff, for the chance to speak. I'm Cooper Wong. I'm a senior at Aragon High School. As you know, the campus is on several blocks of Alameda. I sometimes bike or walk to school because I don't always have a car to use, but I'm nervous when I do it because cars drive so fast on Alameda. Even when I drive, because cars can go fast for long stretches without stopping, I'm worried not just for me, but for my dad, who's an avid cyclist, and my good friend who was recently hit riding a bike and needed 6 surgeries. Some of my friends have had close calls with cars when they're walking home after school, An article in our school newspaper from last year that I shared with you quotes several students who feel they're treated badly by drivers and mentions others who have been in minor crashes that resulted in bruised hips or needing crutches. I think it would help so much if you could consider a few possible changes. Definitely Mr. Felder's suggestions for Aragon Boulevard, as well as adding a crosswalk and a stop sign at Woodland and Alameda, which is a main entrance, as well as stop signs and crosswalks on streets like Georgetown Ave, Sonora Drive, Hobart, and Castilian Way, which all intersect with Alameda next to Aragon. Even if you cannot lower the speed limit around our campus, you could consider narrowing streets so that we can cross the street, we can get across more quickly, and cars will naturally go slower. A separated lane for bikes and scooters would also help. I can see you care a lot and are doing safety improvements around schools, including Hillsdale just down the street, which is great, but Aragon needs help too. We actually need it more because Alameda is wider and has more lanes in front of our school, and it's on a hill, making cars go faster. That's why a few friends and I are starting a petition to ask that the city take some of these safety improvement steps. And if it's okay, can I ask which committee member might support one or more of these ideas? And who would be open to me and other Aragon students following up and continuing the conversation with you?
Sue Ellen, with that, it would make sense. Yeah. Cooper, I'm going to take your speaking time here.
No problem.
Why don't you finish up and then I'll respond.
That's pretty much it. That's what I wanted. I wanted to ask who could possibly be open for continuing the conversation or supporting these ideas.
Sure. All righty. Thank you. And I think we have no more speakers. We have two more. Okay. Cooper, when we wrap up with the speakers, we have an idea.
Okay.
The next speaker is David Hunt.
All right, we should be good now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, David.
All righty, thank you so much for taking my comment. I had a 5-year-old's bedtime to tend to, so I was a little late in raising my hand. Resident at Hayward Park, and I still want to start with extending my gratitude to staff and the SIC committee for considering my comments tonight and for the important work you do in shaping our city's future. A few things to bring up. We face a significant challenge in addressing climate change. About 60% of our greenhouse gas emissions in San Mateo come from personal transportation. 25% of those trips are less than a mile, they're easily walkable, and 50% are less than 3 miles, easily bikeable. The way we make an impact in that is prioritizing safe and accessible modes of transportation. Regrettably, we have good plans in place, but we have some recent decisions that I wanted to highlight just to maybe bring conversation or light to some of the trade-offs we're currently making. We have a Class 2 bike lane on First Avenue near the Caltrain station that was recently installed. It was mentioned in a previous public comment. It's interrupted by a Sharrow for 1 parking space right next to the Caltrain station. This interruption disrupts the continuity of the lane and leads to confusion among cyclists and motorists, increases the risk of crashes, and deters cyclists from using the route altogether. This single parking spot is flanked by 600 parking spaces in the Caltrain parking garage and Main Street parking garage in total. These types of decisions and types of infrastructure we have in the city, this is part of what's causing the crashes and the danger on the roads that a number of commenters have brought up. We have the right plans in place. We have a 2015 Sustainable Streets Plan that calls out the NACDO Urban Street Design Guide and Urban Bikeway Design Guide, yet we continue to implement projects that don't meet the standards of that guide. It's frustrating for people that rely on biking and walking for transportation, and it's not going to get us to our goals in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. I urge the Commission to work with Council and prioritize addressing this huge majority of greenhouse gas emissions by allocating funding for better, safer, and more accessible bike and pedestrian infrastructure. We need a clear process, dedicated staffing, and sufficient funding for quick build projects to move more swiftly in implementing our network. Two last additional thoughts. I'm really curious to know if the process for implementing traffic calming will be revisited in the local roadway safety plan or the complete streets plan. It's currently an overwhelming 45+ page document, and it's not accessible for residents that want to see safer streets. Additionally, we should consider expanding changes in parking management by removing costly parking mandates from our zoning codes altogether. Let's not stop at transit-oriented communities.
Okay, thank you, David. The 3 minutes is up. Thank you for your comments.
The last speaker I have is Lori Watnuki.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Lori Watanuki from the Central Neighborhood. I would like to thank the city for putting in the green paint along Humboldt Street for the bike lanes and the signs on Fifth Avenue. Fifth Avenue happens to be a Class 3 bike lane, and it will be a future bike boulevard. And 9th Avenue is a Class 2. We would like to see traffic calming on 9th Avenue and 5th Avenue, 5th Avenue in particular, because it is a bike boulevard, future bike boulevard. And also, this bike boulevard will connect into South Humboldt as well as into South Amphlett, which will connect into Sunnybrae. So we've been waiting for this in the TAP plan, and we want to make the area safer for the bicyclists. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Thank you, Lori. Okay, there's no more.
That's all the speakers.
Yeah, that's all the speakers
Oh,
we
there's
have.
one more. Wait. No, I thought it was Angelina. Angelina, did you wish to speak? If you want to raise your hand. Okay, I guess not.
Okay, all righty. I'll bring it back to the commission now for anybody have any final questions and then comments? Questions, comments? Commissioner Riddlemeyer? Yep.
I just want to thank all the speakers who came out tonight, either in person or online. And I just want to kind of highlight a few things that I was hearing from the speakers. A lot of appreciation for what we have done to make things safer for people who are not in cars. Not everybody has access to a car, or not everybody is really key. It will help us reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Once you get more people on the road, biking or walking, it encourages more people. The thing that I hear in my neighborhood a lot from residents is just traffic, dangerous. Do something about the traffic, and one way to improve that is to get more people moving more slowly, either walking or biking or scootering. And especially, more kids. Burrell Middle School has over 1,000 students. Aragon has over almost 2,000 students, which is right next to Baywood, which has 500 students. That's a lot of cars. If the parents are not feeling like it's safe enough to let their kids bike or walk, then they're driving to school, and they don't drive and drop their kid off 5 blocks away. They want to drop their kid off right in front of the school, which creates a lot of traffic in the mornings and in the afternoons, and makes it more dangerous for those who are brave enough to try to walk or bike or scooter. And I think just whatever we can do as the commission, the council, the city, whatever we can do to encourage more people to get out there, out of their cars, and to move more slowly, I think will improve the traffic, reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And I thank Sue Ellen and Nicolette for all that you're doing. I know that you have a lot on your plate, but I'd love to help support you do more. Thank you.
Any of the commissioners have any final questions or comments? No? Okay. Commissioner Robbins.
Yeah, I really appreciate the regular updates. We've been through a lot of these. And I know that staff knows, I don't know the public is always quite as aware, and I know the Democratic Party is not, since I'm part of that, that we're a largely built-out city, and we have a lot of cost constraints, so making it bike safe is is not an easy task at all. It'd be very different if we were planning a city up in Solano County, which we're not. For example, I think buried in the report, and you didn't emphasize it enough, is the activities you've done to obtain funding. I think that's incredibly important as we move forward, as well as the focus on safety. So that's it. I thank you.
I do have a question that came up. Are bicycles and e-bikes, do they also have to follow the 15 mile per hour speed limit around schools? And maybe if you need to think about that.
Yeah, I haven't looked into that, and I don't want to answer incorrectly on the
Right.
record, so we can follow up with that.
Yeah. I think it's an interesting question. I live, by the way, in front of a 15 mile per hour speed zone. I also see, and I also live next to a hill, so things come down pretty fast. And particularly the e-bikes can really pick up some speed and rival an automobile. Anyway, I would be curious on that. I want to get back to Cooper Wong. And Cooper, I would suggest sending an email to Sue Ellen Atkinson and with your suggestions for improvements and see where things go from there. We do work within the parameters of a master bicycle plan, so, but that would be the best way to move forward on that. Another thing I have here is I heard several speakers talk about Aragon Boulevard. Is Aragon Boulevard on our master bicycle plan? The sections that were discussed by John Felder, Mike Schweiner. Sorry, Mike, if I didn't pronounce your name, your last name correctly. Cooper also mentioned Aragon. So Aragon Boulevard came up with several of our speakers.
Looking at the map, we have Barneson and Hobart are proposed for bike boulevards. I don't believe that Aragon is proposed
Aragon is not on
at
our,
this time.
Yeah, it's not on the master bicycle plan. Okay, all right. And we do updates, but those updates are what, once every 5-7 years, I think, right?
We're not on a regular cycle, but it is updated fairly frequently.
Yeah. Okay, so those speakers that brought up Aragon, if you would like to have it considered, Sue Ellen would be the person for you to speak with. Okay, on that note, I'm going to close out this agenda item.
Through the chair, I didn't get to provide my
Oh, I'm
comments.
sorry, yes, okay.
Okay.
I didn't see the hand raised, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
I will do that going forward.
Yeah, because I can see you, but if I don't see a hand or something, yeah, let me know.
I will do that going forward, Chair. Sorry about that. Thank you so much to all the public comment. I so appreciated learning from all of the comments that were provided as well as from staff. A couple things to hold going forward. For North Central project, I do recommend, as the public engagement goes forward, and it's great that, it's such a significant portion of the time and energy being spent, that the expectations of how the inputs from those solicited are utilized is extra clear, and to set the appropriate expectations. I think when we start to talk about co-creation, again, I'll reiterate what I said before, that in a lot of communities has a connotation of determination and veto, even potentially, which I don't think is quite the how it's being used here. And I just want to make sure that folks who engage know with clarity, given the challenging process that we've experienced with the North Central Bike Lane prior that helped to instigate and inspire this Accelerate Complete Streets project. I will reserve all other comments on parking and stuff for the Complete Streets Plan update that we'll be having, I think, next month, you said, Sue Ellen, because I think that that's probably the best time to say those things. On some of the things that the public commenters said specifically, I love the idea of the near miss data. I don't know if that's something that, you know, can be more standardized and scaled beyond the very generous 10 data, you know, 10 individuals providing data, you know, that was suggested by the speaker, but that to me seems very intuitive to, in terms of additional information that is needed. And then on safety, just to flag, I've noticed pretty significant issues with 25th Avenue and Palm Avenue. That's a T intersection where Palm Avenue has a stop sign. 25th is straight through. And there's parking on both sides such that when you try to make the left or the right, you're already in 25th, facing traffic while doing it. So it is quite sketchy. And so if in the local roadway safety plan, perhaps, I don't know if that's flagged or not, but wanted to flag that. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, on that note, we're going to conclude our quarterly bicycle update. We're done. Sorry, Elaine. You can send Sue Ellen an email if you like. Okay. But we have done, as always, thank you to our speakers, the public, Sue Ellen and Nicolette, and we'll see you next quarter. Would anyone want to do a 10-minute break? Cookie, how many speakers do we have for the next section?
We have 12 speakers here. I don't know. We
And-
haven't got
Yeah, I'm thinking about
ones
calling a
online.
break here, because this could be a lengthy discussion. All right. Okay. All right, everyone, let's do a 5-minute break. You know,
Just keep it going, I guess, right? Do I? Yeah, because if you stop it, you've stopped it, right? Oh, okay. You were. Okay.
Hello, everyone. We're going to restart our meeting here. Okay. Hello. Let's regroup. Let's regroup here. We're starting the electrification plan for the city. Okay. Okay, everyone. The next item on agenda is actually, this is the first public presentation and discussion. I think it's important to understand our first public presentation and discussion as it relates to the development of electrification plan for San Mateo, that is the transition from gas to electricity. And in this discussion, the commission will be making recommendations, thoughts. No decisions will be made. So we've got a whiteboard here, and this is the first chance to that whiteboard. Commissioner Riltmeyer, who is sitting to my right, had to recuse herself from this presentation due to conflict with her employment. So once again, this is an update. There's no decisions made. This plan is in development. So this is an ideal time for every stakeholder, regardless of your position, to help influence and steer this plan. And when I say stakeholders, I will include renters, I will include property owners, landlords, families, and businesses. Everyone is invited to the table, and everybody's comments matter. We will begin the presentation. We will begin tonight with a presentation from Andrea Chow. Andrea is the sustainability analyst for our city. And once again, Andrea's presentation will be followed by questions from the commission. Then at that point, we will move to comments from the public, whether they're made in person, on phone, or through Zoom. Depending on how many presenters we have, time for this section will be 2 minutes. And once all public comments have been heard on this agenda item, we will bring the discussion back to the commission for final questions and comments. So with that, Andrea, the floor is yours.
Great. Good evening, Chair Rowinski, commissioners, and members of the public who have joined us this evening. My name is Andrea Chow. I'm the sustainability analyst with the City of San Mateo in the City Manager's Office, and I'll also take this opportunity to introduce the new interim Assistant City Manager behind me, Christina Horsberger, who is here. I've been the lead staff on working on building electrification and helped lead the city's adoption of REACH codes in 2022. I bring that up to really frame the discussions that is going on this evening. The City Council set a goal of decarbonizing existing buildings by 2030, and going beyond REACH codes, there are many policy approaches to consider on our pathway for that electric future. And so last year, staff released an RFP for a consultant to develop our Electrify San Mateo Building for the Future City Sustainable Building Strategy. So really exploring the types of policy approaches that we could consider locally to move us towards this transition. And this is the first meeting we're having at the Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission to discuss those kind of preliminary options. But Really, this evening focuses on laying the groundwork so that there's a strong understanding of the costs associated with electrification, the building inventory we're talking about, and also how we're going to evaluate those policies. That we have both equity considerations and effectiveness considerations of different policies that we would implement. And to help us with this effort, we've brought on technical experts at Rincon, and specifically with me tonight is Ryan Gardner. So I'm going to turn the presentation over to him, and he'll introduce himself, and we'll walk through this presentation together. Thank you.
Thanks. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Ryan Gardner. I am the Director of Climate Action and Implementation at Rincon Consultants. We work on a lot of building electrification projects throughout California currently. We worked on the first existing building electrification strategy in the state for the city of Berkeley. And that's out and public now if you want to take a look. And we also have been working on an existing building electrification strategy for the city of Sacramento, and that is out for public review right now. In addition to that, we do a lot of work in the county. We help run the RICAPS program, which works with the county and the rest of the cities on topics around sustainability and decarbonization, including building electrification. We're also supporting the Bay Area Air Quality Management District and as a technical consultant along with E3, working on the zero NOx standard that is coming down the line. So pretty familiar and really excited to kind of walk you through the results of our kind of foundation building exercise, which is phase 1 of this project. So tonight we have quite a bit to get through. Some of it is pretty technical. I'm going to try to strike the right chord as far as detail. I think it's really important that we kind of set the stage. We're going to go through Electrification 101 to start us off and talk a little bit about aligning with existing policies, both at the local level, the regional level, and the state level, and then chat a little bit about project timeline. From there, we're going to talk about our draft policy analysis framework. So this is a framework that will ultimately help guide our development of our strategies and actions. And this is something that we're bringing out to the community for feedback. So they're very much in the draft stage and looking for feedback tonight if we're hitting the right notes there. Then we'll get into the results of the building and market segmentation study, and that's going to talk about the types of buildings that we see in the city and the costs that we're expecting to see to electrify and to replace with gas. So we have a full picture of what that looks like. And we'll pause throughout this presentation for some questions and answers because there's quite a bit to get through. Oops. Okay, so starting us off, what is building for the future? It's taking a look at all of the climate action goals that are kind of already in place and starting to think about how our buildings can be made to fit a future where we're carbon neutral or carbon free by 2045. So the Climate Action Plan, Action BE2 calls out all electric existing buildings. We have a requirement at the state of California, SB 32, to reduce emissions 40% below 1990 levels by 2030. And currently, building emissions make up 38% of the city's total emissions, and gas accounts for 85% of that. And over time, we're getting carbon-free electricity because of SB 100. So eventually, all of the emissions associated with buildings will be coming from natural gas for the most part. Electrification is also the most cost-effective way to achieve carbon-free buildings. Research has been done at the state level by GridWorks and others that looked at biofuels and hydrogen and lots of different pathways to decarbonize buildings. And while those fuels likely do have a place in our energy futures, it's not going to be, the most cost-effective pathway is not in each of our individual homes, and electrification really offers the least expensive way to have carbon-free buildings. This lines up with, like I said, carbon-free electricity from Peninsula Clean Energy that we're already getting. And it's going to provide us a bunch of co-benefits, so I'll get into those in a little bit. To give us a little bit of a framework or a high-level view of what the sustainable building strategy is going to do, we're aiming to develop a roadmap with real steps that the city can take to electrify their buildings. We know that this approach must be cost-effective, it must be effective in reaching our climate goals, and it needs to be equitable. We have to use the best available science and data, so we've done a lot of that legwork, and we'll be showing that to you tonight. And then we really want a community-driven approach. So we've got 2 big phases of outreach that we're going to be working with the community in general, and then a lot of community organizations to help connect us to populations we don't often hear from. And we're going to talk a bit about our framework that's going to take a lot of that information from the community and really establish it into the plan in a meaningful way that we can use to base all of our actions and strategies off of. So what is building electrification? At the end of the day, it's really getting natural gas out of our buildings and replacing it with electric alternatives that have air quality, greenhouse gas, resiliency, and affordability benefits over the long term. More specifically, we're talking about really 4 different areas where natural gas is used in most buildings. And we're talking about replacing those with heat pumps whenever possible. So going from space heating and cooling, or at least space heating powered by gas, to a heat pump, which provides both heating and cooling. Water heating, again, going from gas water heaters, which are the most common, to a heat pump water heater. For stoves, looking at induction, and then clothes drying, either resistance heating or heat pumps. And one of the important things to remember about a heat pump is that they are 400% efficient. So for every kilowatt hour of electricity you consume, you get 4 kilowatt hours worth of heat, because they don't create or remove heat, they just move it around. Water heaters that are gas, furnaces that are gas, the max we can do is 100%, and none of them get close to that. So some of the other benefits besides greenhouse gas reduction of switching to all electric is, one is community health. So when we combust natural gas anywhere in a building, it releases carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, and other pollutants that are directly linked to asthma. In fact, combustion of natural gas in our buildings in California produces more NOx than all of our natural gas power plants because they don't have emissions controls on them. We're also looking at affordability. Gas rates are expected to increase much faster over time than electricity rates, mostly because of efficiency and less gas use paying for the same amount of gas infrastructure. So we're seeing that prediction from, again, big studies at the state level by the PUC, like the GridWorks report. So starting to think about that. Resilience and safety, decreased fire and carbon monoxide risk, increased resilience when we add in solar and storage or electric vehicles. There's a lot of concern about the lack of diversity in energy source by going to all electric, but it's important to remember that most gas appliances don't work without electricity, including new stoves will not turn on without being plugged in. And then finally, equitable access to health and safety. There's a lot of money available right now going into building electrification, and this is a really great opportunity to invest in buildings that haven't seen upgrades in 50 or more years. So a little overview of our schedule. Right now we're really at the beginning of this process where we've developed our draft equity and effectiveness criteria. We've done some research and identified a range of policy options that are currently out there in the world, but have not identified any for use in the city, and really have spent most of our time developing our building inventory and market segmentation analysis. So this is pulling data together on what types of buildings we have in the city, what types of equipment they use, and how much it's going to cost to replace those like for like, so gas appliance for gas appliance, as well as how much it costs to replace with electric. We're going to be moving quickly here into fall with our phase 1 community outreach and effectiveness criteria. So going out to the community, talking about their priorities, talking about their concerns, and then taking that information over the winter and baking it into a draft list of policies before going back out to the community in the spring to look through those drafts, get more feedback from this committee and the community, and then finally looking to have a public review draft strategy together by summer 2024. So before we take some questions, I'm going to go through quickly local policy context. So the City of San Mateo already has goals set for building electrification in the Climate Action Plan. And BE2 is one of the largest drivers of greenhouse gas reductions in that plan. So it's really a focal point of local strategy so far. You also have adopted a set of existing building electrification reach codes, both existing and new construction. So we're moving in this direction and looking for cost-effective opportunities to electrify equipment, which is great, and this is moving things along, but not really to the point where we'll hit the goals in the cap with what we currently have. Add on top of this, regional context, Bay Area Air Quality Management District has adopted a zero NOx standard for buildings, not for buildings, for appliances. So starting in 2027, water heaters need to be zero NOx, and by 2029, furnaces need to be zero NOx, and there are currently no natural gas water heaters or furnaces that are zero NOx. So only electric appliances would meet that threshold, and that's going to be rolling out and at the point of sale. So you just won't be able to go to a store and purchase these or buy them online. This is also a pretty historic time to be looking at building decarbonization. There's the 2022 Inflation Reduction Act from the federal government has $369 billion for clean energy and climate action. Almost $9 billion of that is specifically for electrification incentives through the IRA, and that is something that is available currently through tax incentives, and we expect to see more coming down the line as upfront monies for low, medium income. California has a carbon neutrality law, and CARB is directed to identify ways to reach carbon neutrality by 2045. And it's going to be very, very difficult to do that with natural gas combustion ongoing. And we're also expecting to see this increase in natural gas rates over time. And electricity and gas are always go up. Energy costs go in one direction, it seems like. But the pace of gas increase is expected to be 400-500% without some sort of managed retreat off of gas infrastructure. So a big thing to keep in mind as we go through this when we talk about costs is the status quo of today is not what the future is going to look like. So we have to kind of think about that, and then trying to limit the amount of gas infrastructure we install or maintain is really going to help keep those costs down as we transition. So just a note to keep in mind. So I'm going to stop there and see if there are any questions about what we've gone through so far.
I have some questions. Yeah, I have some questions. All right. And it looks like you're going to go through sections of this and then follow up with a Q&A with the commission. All right, I'm going to just start off with something very elementary, but I think it's important to get out. How do businesses and residents keep updated on the progress of this electrification plan? Is there an email distribution list? Do they email Andrea?
So I think the city's webpage, which I do maintain for this project, is a great resource. Anyone who provides public comment, I keep in an Excel spreadsheet, and so I can notify them of future meetings on this topic.
Right, so there's nothing that people will have to keep an eye on, agendas. And by the way, everyone, this plan will move between this commission and city council, I believe, over the next couple of years, probably.
Our timeline is for
What's the time?
city council review of the final strategy next year, so 2024.
Yeah, all right, so within the year, we'll probably have, so really what people have to do is look at our agendas, council and commission, in order to keep up to date.
The city's public meeting portal is always a good resource for finding out about agendas and
All right.
items that you're interested
So there's
in.
no distribution list like we have for small cell? Nothing like that in place?
Not currently, but you can receive automated notifications for city council meetings and for this commission as well.
Okay. If residents and businesses have questions, who do they go to in the city?
So I'm the lead staff on this. I also recommend our sustainability@cityofsanmateo.org email.
Okay.
Which I respond to.
All right, so you are the point person for businesses and people here on this project, okay? These are questions that I have gotten over the last 5 weeks. And it's appropriate for this section, because once you get into the equity and effectiveness, that's a whole nother, what I'm going to call content direction. So once again, after tonight's meeting, this plan will go to city council.
We are set to have another touch point with the Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission, tentatively scheduled for January. And we have not scheduled out when this item will be up for discussion at the city council level.
Okay, so the next kind of stop is the tentative January 10th, 2024 here at this commission.
Yes, that's our
Okay.
tentative schedule.
So it will not be going to council between now and...
Correct, that's our
Okay,
tentative schedule.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That helps. And then I just want to go in, and then I'll end my questions here. I just want to go in and make sure we have what I call deadline clarity. There's some confusion on deadlines. In the report, it mentions there's a January 2025 requiring electric appliances upon replacement. And it's entitled the Bay Area Codes Model Existing Building Decarbonization Ordinance. Has the city adopted this ordinance?
No, the city has not adopted that ordinance.
Okay. All right. So the fact it is not adopted, its input or provisions may not be or may be included in our electrification plan.
So what this strategy is considering is all sorts of policy approaches. The Bay Area Reach Codes Model Existing Building Decarbonization Ordinance is a template ordinance that was developed by Peninsula Clean Energy. The date attached to that ordinance was brought forward by environmental advocates in our community, and it was City Council's direction to evaluate this approach. So
Okay.
it is being considered as part of this overall review, as are many other strategies.
Right. Okay. Thank you. There's been some confusion on this. The next deadline, just once again, for clarity, we all need to be on the same page. In January 2027, prohibit the sale and installation of standalone gas water heaters. That's January 2027, and that was put forth by the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. And the city must follow, or does council have a chance to evaluate?
Right, and I might put you on the spot to understand the exact timing and how cities comply with the air district's rules.
Yeah, that's at the air district level, and council, as far as I understand, will not have the ability to not follow that. It'll be a regional air district rule.
Right, and that region is 9 Bay Area counties.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Another important deadline, just so we have clarification here, is January 2029. Prohibit the sale and installation of standalone gas furnaces, once again put forth by the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. So the city will have to follow that.
Correct.
Okay. And then we have the 2030 termination of fuel gas infrastructure. That's a proposed city council end of flow target date. So explain to us what this means in practical terms. An end of flow, a proposed end of flow target date, practical terms for our residents and our businesses.
So the city council put forth this target date of end of flow for gas infrastructure in existing buildings, and they assigned, a 2030 time frame. But part of this evaluation will be to evaluate that exact time frame and whether or not that's viable for the city of San Mateo.
Right. Okay, so it's proposed, it's a target. And actually, I remember when council made that suggestion during one of our blue sky planning sessions.
That's correct. It occurred during one of the blue sky priority setting sessions. And I think preliminarily, we could assume that there might be different timeframes for different equipment and based on different building types, kind of like what you see with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District in their phased approach.
Right, okay.
So we're really going through this process. We hope to develop more of a roadmap to understanding what's feasible, when, and the costs associated with that.
Sure. And then one last deadline, I just want to make sure everybody understands this, who's ever listening, remote, and who's here, January 2031. Prohibit the sale and installation of large water boilers. Now, these are primarily in large hotels. I'm thinking some of the commercial buildings. And that was also put forth by the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. So once again, the city has to follow that, 2031.
That one I'm not as familiar with and don't feel as comfortable saying for certain. We can follow up, but that one I personally have not heard.
Yeah.
It's been focused on the water heaters and HVAC. It's smaller. There's a size limit associated with the BACMed rules. I have not heard boilers, so that might be a future idea.
I spoke with Bay Area Air Quality Management officials because I wanted to get the deadlines. So the big deadlines right now for the city is January of 2027. That's gas water heaters. That is no longer the sale and installation of gas water heaters. 2029, the sale and installation of standalone gas furnaces. And then 2031, these are the large water boilers. That's what I was told. Okay. All right, I'll leave my questions there. I just wanted to kind of go through those deadlines, make sure that everybody understands. Really, it's 2027, 2029, 2030, a little bit with our city. It's proposed, it's a target, and then the 2031. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll keep my questions till afterwards, and I would ask through the chair that we maybe go through the whole thing. This is going to be a late night, and I don't really want the public to have to sit till 11 or midnight. We may have to, but they shouldn't have to. So if everybody's okay, can we maybe just do the full presentation, and then we'll consolidate questions?
That sounds great. I will try to keep it snappy. All right, so we're going to move into the policy framework analysis that we've completed so far. So really how this works is we want to be able to link up our data points that we have and the math we've done, the calculations we've done with the community feedback and the equity concerns and the community concerns that we know are going to be a part of this discussion, and make it really clear how those informed the strategy, right? So we've come up with this framework approach with our effectiveness criteria and our equity criteria, and that's going to help us develop our strategies in a way that's consistent with the community. So these two pieces kind of work together to give us this full picture and help us develop these policy pathways that will balance community concerns with greenhouse gas reductions and direction from council and all these kind of priorities that we have. So first, kind of getting into the equity criteria, just have this energy equity definition, and the concept of energy equity recognizes that disadvantaged communities have been historically marginalized and overburdened by pollution, underinvestment in clean energy infrastructure, and lack of access to energy efficient housing and transportation. So trying to keep that in mind and trying to remedy and improve on those conditions as best we can as we make investments in our buildings and our infrastructure. Environmental justice communities are, those communities that have a higher degree of inequity around energy, and some of those locations identified in the city of San Mateo are North Central, North Shoreview, and Shoreview neighborhoods. And you can kind of see on the map from Cal EnviroScreen, this map's like locations of higher inequity in communities. So we can see kind of where those communities sit on this map. So equity in building electrification has been a pretty central tenet of moving building electrification forward in California. From that Berkeley project that we first worked on, which was really centered around equity, groups like the Green Lining Institute, Rocky Mountain Institute, DOE or Department of Energy, and CARB, California Air Resources Board, have really been putting a lot of effort into this. And there are some criteria that have been developed on how to develop these plans in an equitable way. And we've pulled a lot of that information in and tried to bake it into the equity criteria that we've developed as a starting point, and are really going through this next step to work with the community and the community organizations to kind of refine these and make sure that they're tailored for the city of San Mateo, not just kind of the general region. So these are our draft equity criteria as they stand today. I expect these to change over the next couple of months as we are scheduling meetings and going to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee in next week. So we're going to get some feedback from them on this, but providing equitable access to health, safety, and comfort benefits. So making sure that we're not just electrifying the easiest places first, but the places that need it the most. Encourage concurrent housing condition improvements. We've had a long history of not investing in some areas of our cities and some types of buildings. This is a really good opportunity to bring some of those billions of dollars and use them to make our buildings better and safer and healthier. Advancing energy equity, so we talked about the definition, trying to remedy some of those issues through this process. Supporting high road job opportunities. We have work to do to fix our buildings and to work on our grid and other pieces of infrastructure, and we can channel that into good jobs. Maximizing ease of installation, making sure that this process is easy for folks. If we have really convoluted strategies or requirements for incentives or processes to go through, it's not going to be easy for folks who maybe work 2 jobs or have a lot of other stuff going on. So we want to make sure they have the systems in place to do this as easily as possible. And then make sure we're promoting affordable housing and preventing renter displacement. So anytime we're making upgrades to buildings, we're being really cognizant on how that could impact renters and how that could be, used to increase rents or cause more burden on renters. So that's a really central part of our focus around equity. On the effectiveness criteria side, there is a little bit of overlap between these, but in order to make this strategy effective, we know it needs to be cost effective. We know it needs to be feasible. We can't be having actions in here that we just can't do. We need to make sure that we have measurable and sustained impact. So our strategies are something that we can actually see the impact of over time. We need to make sure our energy and our buildings are reliable, and we need to make sure any of the policies or programs we put in place are enforceable so that we're being consistent across the board. we're going to skip this. Okay, so we're going to get into the building inventory and market segmentation, and this is going to talk about the types of buildings that are in the city. The goals of this overall program were to identify the costs of electrifying buildings, think about on-bill costs as well, where is the most gas used, and starting to think about policy approaches to identify the types of buildings that maybe need the most support or need the most help based on age, building types, and types of appliances in use. So buildings that we see in the city, I'll start off with single-family homes. A vast majority of the buildings in San Mateo are built before 1970. This is important to note because before 1970, there's a much higher chance that those buildings have less than 100 amp panels, and less than a 100 amp panel is more difficult to electrify. It's not impossible, but it can be very challenging. There's more buildings kind of in the 1970 to 2010, likely those have 100 amp panels and it's going to be a lot more straightforward, and then newer buildings are likely larger than that and have really no issue. This idea of panel upgrades is really important. We'll talk about it a lot when we talk about costs. There are some cool things happening with retrofit ready heat pumps, which are heat pumps that you can just plug into a wall socket and they don't really increase demand as much as like a 220 does. So that's a really interesting technological change that we're seeing. But yeah, most of our buildings built before 1970, so older building stock. In the multifamily side of things, we have a lot of duplexes dropping off for triplex, fourplex, a little bit of a spike there around our 5 or more units, and then other is kind of like multiple bungalows or like combinations of these things on different lots, things like that. But about 12,000 multifamily residential buildings, significantly less than the number of single-family buildings. So if we just flash back, like we're talking 96,000 single-family, 12,000 multifamily. So most of the residential buildings are single-family. We weren't able to get building vintage data or year of construction for multifamily based on the parcel data that we have. But I would expect like a similar breakdown. There might be some nuance of like years on when these buildings were built, but I'm guessing a lot of them were built around 1970 or before. On the commercial building side, we've got a bunch of different building types, a pretty good mix. A lot of office and professional buildings, a lot of retail, and a lot of mixed use. Those are kind of the biggest. Auto service and sales was also really high up there, which was kind of interesting. Warehouse space, some light industrial manufacturing, churches, places of worship, nursing homes, guest houses, restaurants, education, and other. So kind of an interesting building mix to keep in mind. We'll talk a lot more about commercial buildings and some of the nuances there when we talk about costs. So getting into the appliances and the fuels that are currently used in San Mateo. So looking at gas versus electric today and like where electric gets used the most. So this is our residential gas use summary. 90% of gas use is space and water heating. So those are by far the biggest sources, and why Bay Area Air Quality Management District is focusing on those sources. It's a big chunk of where we use gas in the residential side. Appliances we use for water heating is almost exclusively gas water heaters. We see a little bit of electric water heating in the multifamily side, and I think what drives this, has driven this historically, is that gas water heaters have been less expensive because we've mostly been talking about resistance gas heating, which is about as efficient as natural gas heating. When we talk about a heat pump, again, 3-4 times more efficient than those gas appliances. So That's starting to change, and we're starting to see some uptake there. On the multifamily side, we actually see a lot more penetration of electric heating, water heating in that space, with multifamily condos, multifamily rentals being a lot more, sorry, this is on the space heating side, being a lot more electric heating, especially in the multifamily side. So heat pumps and electric wall units and things like that, we see a lot more common. Air conditioning is a really big deal when we talk about costs later. So this is the number of buildings in San Mateo County, we didn't have this specific for the city, that have AC and what type of air conditioning they have. So why this is important is, we'll see later on, is that when you replace your furnace and your air conditioner with a heat pump, which does both of those things very efficiently, you save money up front and over time. So this is one of those like key places where if you need to replace both of those, or you want to add air conditioning, focusing on getting a heat pump at that time is a really cost-effective time to do that, and provides both of those things. We see not a lot of buildings have air conditioning, but we're tracking an increase in buildings adding air conditioning as temperatures increase over time. So we're getting hotter days in the summertime, and that's driving more people to pick up air conditionings, which is going to be an important time to think about in the future. Stoves, it's kind of a mix across the board. Some people have gas, some people have electric. So that's just kind of interesting to note. Most of these are, again, going to be electric resistant stoves, which nobody likes, but induction stoves are a lot better. And we're starting to see more penetration of those over time as well. Clothes drying, this one was actually kind of surprising, more electric dryers or no dryer than gas. So that was a smaller usage group than we may have expected to see prior. Getting into the commercial side, the breakdown is fairly similar, with a majority of gas use, again, coming from water heating and space heating. Cooking becomes a really big portion of the pie here, and this is going to be your restaurants, your commercial kitchens, and things like that, driving up gas use on the cooking side. This is a breakdown of the types of heating units. So on the residential side, we see almost consistent appliances across the board. So everyone has like a 60 or 80 gallon water heater or a furnace that is pretty similar. But on the commercial side, there's a huge variety of different types of appliances that you could have. But one of the most common ones is a package unit. So that provides both heating and cooling in one kind of big box. It usually goes on the roof. So a rooftop package unit is something we'll talk about a bunch, because that is what we see the most of. It's also one of the easiest things to electrify. This gets into a little more nuance around the types of commercial water heating there is. Some of these are like natural gas boilers, as you mentioned, which come under the BACMed ruling after 2030, but a lot of them are gas tank water heaters, a little bit of electric tankless, electric tanked, but kind of a higher diversity than we see on the residential side. Okay. So we're going to get into the costs now, which I'm sure is the most exciting bit. So we looked at upfront costs to electrify based on data from multiple sources. So from Peninsula Clean Energy, BayREN, which runs the tech program, which is one of the incentives, and as part of that, they have to record the cost of the project. And then also from the County of San Mateo, who has done a few pilot projects to electrify buildings and got a lot of quotes as far as that. So we got multiple data points that we kind of pulled together to get some averages, or some medians, I should say. And then just clarifying, we're looking at upfront costs here. So this is the appliance, the installation labor, and then labor associated with things like permits and wiring. And then we separately broke out panel upgrades because you don't always need them, but they're a substantial piece of this cost if you do need it. So the takeaway is that when you look at marginal costs, so the cost of electrifying versus just buying another gas appliance, like your water heater breaks, you have to install a new one. The difference in cost between gas and electric can be anywhere from, and this says 709, but that's without the AC savings, so that savings could go up to $2,000 after rebates to a $4,000 marginal cost. So depending on your situation, if you need a panel upgrade, if you have an easy install or a difficult install, if you get a really high HVAC quote, if you get a lower quote, it could be anywhere from $1,000, $2,000 savings to a $4,000, $4,800 cost. So that's the major takeaway here, is that it depends and it's in that range. When we talk about the cost of just if you went into a home and pulled out, everything before you have rebates, we're talking in the like $13,000 to $20,000 marginal cost zone. So that's how much rebates are available right now. And then to do all of that work and just replace it with gas, we're talking about $11,000 to $18,000. So that's just kind of like the big summary, and we'll dive into some more of this nuance here. There's almost $22,000 available right now in rebates per household through Inflation Reduction Act, Bay Rent, PCE, and Tech. We have a snapshot of what those incentives are right now. They change sometimes, so don't hold me to this in 6 months, and it's something we're going to continue to track and have been tracking. But this is where we're at right now. There's some other rebates in here that you get if you do your whole home at the same time. We did not include those, but that's another $5,500. But because we're really focusing on marginal costs for this, we didn't include it because it requires you to do a full home electrification. So the first thing we wanted to look at is, what's the status quo? How much are we going to spend to replace all of our equipment over time with gas? And these are the results. They're somewhere between $11,000 and $18,000, depending on if you have an air conditioner or not. So we need to spend money on our buildings over time to keep them functioning. And this is kind of what it looks like to do like for like at today's installation rates. Switching out gas to electric, these are the costs. One thing that's important to note is the biggest cost and the most variable cost is switching your HVAC to a heat pump. We see quotes anywhere from, I think one of the case studies in San Mateo had quotes anywhere from $14,000, $13,000. Or even lower, up to like $30,000 for the same building. They're kind of all over the board. So it's really important when you're doing this, especially in the short term when we're working through this process, to get a lot of quotes from different contractors, because there's some contractors who don't understand this work and will give you a high quote. So keep that in mind. Panel upgrades are on here, $3,700 on average. They could be higher, they could be lower. That's the most repeatable rate from the tech incentive data set. So the cost to electrify a building, if you just walked in today, ripped everything out that was gas, did all the wiring, did a panel upgrade, and all the appliances, were somewhere in the ballpark of $25,000 to $30,000. But like I said, when we're thinking about this on a marginal level, based on the amount of money that we're already going to spend on our buildings, that drops, right? We cut that in half, and now we're kind of in the $13,000 to $16,000 range, or I guess $13,000 to $20,000 range if we're looking at the worst case scenario. So that's really what we're trying to deal with incentives, right? Is closing that gap down and making it affordable or the same cost to upgrade to electric. And what we found is that currently those amounts of rebates are available. So under most conditions, under the no panel upgrade with no AC, we're at a $709 savings marginally to upgrade all of our appliances. And if you have an AC and a furnace and you replace it with a heat pump, you're around $2,600 in savings. If you don't have an AC and you don't want an AC, and you go with a heat pump and you need a panel upgrade, then that's where you start to see a marginal cost. So that's kind of like worst case scenario. So the other piece of this puzzle is on bill. So how, even if you have an upfront cost or an upfront savings, how will your bills look over time? And while we don't have definitive final answer, it turns out this is a really complicated question, and it depends on what time of the day you use electricity, because we have time of use rates. So it requires some fairly complex modeling. PCE has been working on this, and they're going to be releasing this data set like any day now. I've taken a look at it, and as long as you're on the all electric rate, which all you need to have is an EV charger or one electric appliance, you can switch to that, you save money. So all electric will be less expensive on bill as long as you're on the correct rate. If you stay on your old time of use rate, it will be more expensive. So it's really important that as we move forward, or if you do have electric appliances at home, that you look at those all electric rates, because it will decrease your bill. So now we can start to look at what the return on investment is from doing these different approaches once we get the final numbers for how much savings we're going to have. But it's in the low hundreds of dollars a year by going to the all electric rate. So that's residential. Like I said, those costs are a lot more straightforward. Everyone has really similar stuff in their home. There's some nuance and panels and things like that, but it's within, a few $1,000s. Commercial buildings are really difficult to come up with an average for. Boilers are really challenging. Every commercial building has a different system, whether it's a boiler with a chilling loop, or if it has a heat economizer, or there's like a lot going on in commercial buildings. But there are some things that we can nail down a bit better, and one of those things is the rooftop package unit. So this is some data from PCE and their analysis for their decarb plan that shows the cost to move from a gas package unit to an electric heat pump is like a small fraction of the overall project cost. Like they're almost the same price. They're also almost the same footprint, so you can swap them out a lot easier. So this is one place to really look at opportunities. It's a really easy swap out. There's already a lot of heat pump package units, so that's a great opportunity. The rest of the buildings, it really does take a building by building approach to see kind of what it's going to look like. A lot of times commercial buildings equipment, we're just oversized because it's easier to just make the furnace bigger than to make it work properly or to scale it to the right size. So you really do need some building data to make good assumptions about how this gets done. But a lot of work is being done on this, and we hope to refine some of these costs and be able to provide better information over time. I think that is it.
For questions.
Okay. Commissioner Robbins, do you have questions?
I have a few. I do. First, I'd like to revisit the target dates. I think what's gotten a lot of people exercised is particularly the January 1 25 date. I'm curious where the source of that is. Is it from that model code, or is it something that the council has suggested? This is the date for requiring electric appliances upon replacement. Obviously, a lot of devil in the details how that would work out, but what's the source of that
Yeah, I
target
can
date?
provide that background. So Peninsula Clean Energy developed a lot of resources for cities to use during the kind of development of REACH codes. And one of those was the Bay Area REACH codes model existing building decarbonization ordinance. It actually had blanks in the dates for time of replacement. And then there was a lot of comment letters from our advocacy group in the community in San Mateo that had targeted January 1, 2025. So that was the source of the date, and there was city council direction to include evaluation of this approach.
But including that date?
Including that date.
Okay,
But
'cause
not-
we've reviewed a lot of that model code and have not adopted it. Just to know. Okay, so that's where that date is. That's going to be problematic, but I'll keep going with questions. Do we know if other cities in our jurisdiction in the county are using that same date up front? Do we have any idea?
No, there hasn't been adoption of this exact template or a date.
Okay. And then I'm just curious, I think I know the answer, but where this is all heading in terms of implementation. Would it be in the form of expanded REACH codes, which only go every, last 2 years, or will it be something else?
That's a great question. I think this overall effort is to look beyond just REACH codes. So REACH codes is one approach in how we've influenced our building stock, but there are other policy approaches to intervene with buildings. So it will go beyond REACH codes.
Beyond REACH codes, okay. And then lastly, I know there was an early slide on this, but what's anticipated in terms of community outreach? I know you come back to us in January, and then at some point council, but you're on a pretty fast track. And as a veteran of the general plan for the last few years, and I'm curious, and of course there's huge value to actually going out to the neighborhoods, not only getting meaningful input and maybe having the policy reflect what people really want and are willing to tolerate, but you also get buy-in and acceptance that maybe you don't if it's just us talking about it. So what's the plan?
Yeah, so we have had staff presence at those town halls. I was actually at the town hall at the King Center right before this meeting this evening. But we also, Ryan mentioned our intent to engage specifically with key interested parties and community groups and really leveraging kind of our community leaders in those groups to access their networks to try to reach a broader audience. I think I've learned a lot from my colleagues who work on the general plan about how hard engagement can be. And so we're hoping by taking specific steps to engage with community groups, we'll reach a broader network. And then, of course, we do continue to rely on our strong e-newsletter and webpage that is able to relay a lot of information to our subscribers. Looks like Christina might want to add.
I would just add that if we start moving through the process and we feel like we haven't done enough or like enough input hasn't been gathered and we feel like the conversation hasn't been completed, then we can always look at what we're doing and adjust, because I think we didn't anticipate the number of comments that we were going to get for tonight. And so I think that if we're hit with something that's unexpected, then we look at where we're at and we make adjustments. And so, we have an ideal timeline. And then if we find that that ideal timeline isn't realistic for what we need to do, then we make an adjustment because we recognize that we need to hear from everyone and that we need to do what's right for the community.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Vice Chair Narita, I see your hand up. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for that presentation. I really appreciate it. And it warms my heart that there's been so many comments, having been a building electrification advocate in the past. in my past life. So a couple, I have a long list of questions, so I'll just try to blast through as much as I can. On cost effectiveness, your focus has been on upfront costs, and I was curious if there will also be further analysis on any sort of long-term operating cost differentials, or do you not foresee any differences in long-term operating costs of different equipment?
Yeah, I spoke to that briefly. We are expecting to have on-bill, like operating costs / savings data from PCE in the next week or two. Looking at the data, I don't have the exact numbers, but if you electrify your home and are on an electric specific rate, you will see, I think it's somewhere around a $30 savings per month.
Yeah, I understood that part. I was curious if let's say for the January meeting, back when you come back to the commission, would one of the features be, explaining the long-term operating costs of gas appliances, and in contrast to electric appliances, is that something that is marginally important to discuss and educate the public on?
Yeah, I think so. I think probably doing an analysis of a life cycle analysis based on the cost when we do get those final PCE rates would probably be pretty helpful. I think we could put that together.
Great, thanks. And then on some of the missing data right now in the building, in the, just assessment of our building stock, thank you for doing as much as you could. I was curious though, by that January commission date, would you be looking more specifically at the multifamily buildings and trying to figure out vintage or other trends rather than just guessing? I'm curious about this, especially because we have our newish ADU law, right? So I'm curious about all the new ADUs are actually all electric right now, per the law, and so I actually think there might be a little more nuance than just most of it might be 1970s. I'm very curious, and I feel like that can impact. We might actually be surprised by the data.
Yeah, I think especially for ADUs, we don't have any data on how many ADUs there are. That was not something that we looked at, so that could be something where we could try to look into that data. And as far as understanding building vintage, we can give another push to try to get that data from the tax assessor and the parcels data, but it was not available when we went through this round.
It takes a long time sometimes, and I completely understand.
Yeah.
It does take several nudges sometimes. On offices, I was curious if in future rounds of examining, is there any distinctions between class A, B, A and then BC kind of class offices, or in terms of how to electrify, or is it really, all the buildings are so unique, and then you might have this one leverage point, right, with the rooftop package that you talked about?
Yeah, I think it's really difficult at this time to get clean breakpoints where office type, A type buildings have this type of it really just depends, and we haven't been able to come up with any clear delineations on these types of buildings have these units. In general, offices tend to have these rooftop package units. So I think offices, retail space, mixed use, those do tend to have those rooftop package units. And then when we get into either older buildings or industrial buildings and things like that, we'll tend to see more boilers. Health is another one where we see a lot of steam generation that can be really tricky. But just standard office buildings, I think, is a place where we see a lot of those rooftop package units and more straightforward HVAC systems.
Got it. And when it comes to what you've done for, just switching gears to what you've done for Sacramento and Berkeley, I was curious if you could provide an update on, or any further details on where they are in their journey. You mentioned that, their plans are out for review, but in those plans, I carefully reviewed the Berkeley one, and it's absolutely stellar. So thank you for your great work there and your partnership with some of my old colleagues when I was in the field. And like, there's no date articulated in that plan, deliberately so. I thought like there was a cute roadmap. It's like a yellow brick road. And it actually said date ranges, but it didn't actually have dates on certain things. And so I was just curious if you could walk us through maybe any lessons learned from the Berkeley and Sacramento experiences that you have in terms of, why did they go that route? And Sacramento was a bit different. It looked like it was a bit different in terms of, their priorities, but just would love more story on that.
Yeah, I think Berkeley's happened earlier, so it's pre-Inflation Reduction Act. So almost no incentives were available when we did that report. And the economics in Berkeley it may be the worst place in the state of California to electrify. They have older buildings, even than San Mateo. They've got really high rates. They've got really difficult permitting. They've got a lot of knob and tube and challenging building conditions. And they were really, really concerned about costs. So when we looked at the cost of installation before we had all those incentives, it was really bad. And there was a real concern from the project team and the city and the community that there was going to be insurmountable economic hardship if they went really aggressive, right? And Berkeley's a really progressive place. They wanted to go really fast, but they wanted to do equity as like the first thing. So they took a slower approach that said, instead of setting dates on these things, we're going to do them as we can, as long as the equity guardrails are met. So they have moved ahead now that there is more money available. They're doing pilot projects. They're putting money into this effort. So they're moving along. And in Sacramento, it was like the opposite. It's probably the best place to electrify in the state. They have really low electricity rates. They have really high incentives. It just makes things really easy. So they're trying to go faster because there are going to be less equity impacts because it's just really straightforward. And I mean, it's looking kind of like in the middle of those places where, there's going to be some buildings where it's going to cost a little bit more, and there's going to be some buildings where it costs less. And it's really hard to say like which is which when we're working at this level, but it's going to be a mix. And I think it's going to be a conversation between all of the parties, right, to try to come to a place where you have a plan that works for the community.
Thanks. And to that point about the cost piece, my understanding when I was reading through the analysis for San Mateo was, and the public comments, I'm sensing there's confusion, but like, if someone just remodeled their house or just installed a thing, like a gas thing, appliance, there's no policy on the table that tells them you have to rip that out right now upon some sort of date, correct? Is that kind of a policy on the table, or are we talking about replacements? Or, you know what I mean?
So I think, yeah, there has been some confusion about that. I think aligning with our approach taken with the city's REACH codes, our intention would be to align when someone is doing a planned upgrade, because that is the most cost-effective time for replacing equipment. So we're not going door to door and asking you to rip out your appliance.
Great.
I hope that clarifies.
Thanks for getting that on the record, Andrea. So a couple other questions on additional research and prep for January and when you guys come back. I was curious if some kind of workforce analysis or readiness of the contractor community or something like that, it would be possible. I just heard Building Decarb Coalition speak in my day job, and they said that the contractors are then the linchpin, like the focal issue in terms of make or break success for building electrification in California. And that really resonated with me, because the last thing we need is, this kind of policy, some sort of policy, that would drive building electrification to then not have a ready enough workforce for it, right? Or a workforce that would have enough notice to get ready. So I was curious if there's some sort of analysis on that, or any sort of from prior experiences, or some sort of proxy for like the workforce and contractor readiness. Also, another piece, we talked about, again, a lot of costs in terms of individual upfront cost, but I also was curious if there could be like a health cost or a health component, like a component about public cost and health costs associated with staying on gas. There's just like a significant amount of research about that, and it's not captured because that's like a common good, right? It's like public health. It's like, how do you capture lives saved or years of lives saved, right? By getting off gas, which is poisonous for us. And we've been sold a bill of goods over generations. That's just very unfortunate. And then I was also curious, for public engagement, and maybe this is to you, Andrea, like will you be securing additional like expert support on community engagement similar to like the Complete Streets plan is doing? Will it be like you and a team? I'm not saying just you because I don't think that's really fair or feasible.
I have another colleague in the city manager's office who is leading outreach with me, and we will be working with Rincon directly to continue engagement again, kind of working with community groups directly for deeper engagement.
And then lastly, in prep for January, will there be anything about an implementation plan at that point? You know, it's one thing to pass the policy, it's another thing to actually implement it, and what does like deep implementation in the city look like? And what I mean by that is like, how do we plan proper FTEs to implement this, you know, likely within the buildings department or the equivalent of our buildings department? You know, long-term budget for this work, for continued outreach and engagement, potential technical assistance, or like some sort of hotline. It doesn't have to be the city, but it like, how does one actually properly implement this kind of a policy so that it's built for success? It's not just the policy alone. And so could there be some kind of implementation plan, or is that a later date thing?
I don't think we'll have that for January. In January, we really want to be vetting strategies and summarizing feedback from the community. But we will have that in the final plan. So when we do bring like a final plan for public review, it'll have an implementation plan section that'll outline those items based on the actual policies we move forward with.
Okay, great. And then, sorry, last thing, on the draft equity criteria, like how is that actually applied? There were some that said, you know, encourage concurrent housing condition improvement and support high road job opportunities, but like, what does that look like actually in policymaking?
Yeah, so the way that we have done it in the past is when we start developing like our strategies, so like a strategy could be like implement a building performance standard for commercial buildings that like phases in requirements over time, right? That's hypothetical. As we start layering in the actions to do that, we look at those actions and make sure that when you take, because just implementing a building performance standard or a replace on burnout ordinance in 2025, like there are things that are inequitable about just doing that, right? So we look at those equity guardrails and we say, okay, like with the suite of actions and the strategy that we have, are we able to do we hit these targets that we've set for ourselves in the guardrails? So if we say like avoid displacement, but we know that this ordinance is gonna require costs to multifamily building owners, then we didn't avoid displacement. But if we add in a policy that is specifically addressing that, then we can say, okay, we're addressing that equity guardrail. And we'll do the same for the community goals. So they're kind of like screening tools once we come up with our strategies to help us populate our actions and then vet them and make sure that we're hitting those kind of targets we set for ourselves.
Awesome. And last question, on IRA home rebates. So RMI told me this week that, you know, for the state energy office programs that would be flowing the building electrification rebates, that the law does not require states to submit applications until January 2025. You could theoretically do it earlier if you were ahead of the game, but that is the end date. That is like the cutoff date of when states would apply. Then DOE needs to review those programs to approve those state energy office programs. Then they would get the money, and then it would start to flow. And so, timeline wise, in your presentation, when you list out those IRA rebates, are those the DOE IRA rebates that I just described, or are they a different set of rebates?
The ones that we included are the tax credits that you can apply for now. So there's like a solar tax credit, there's hot water heater or heat pump hot water heater tax credits. We only included those because they're the ones currently available. There's also, I think, a third bucket of money is this low medium income bucket that's going to be coming down the line. I think that's like sometime in 2023, early 2024. And that's like an additional bucket of money that folks can get up front, but it's income qualified. But the thresholds are like pretty reasonable. So that's coming. And then I think you're talking about another bucket of money that's going to come through the state at some point.
Okay, so maybe it would also be helpful to build out some projections, like if, is this possible? Like, if compliance was on this deadline, you'd actually see the marginal costs doing this, and like kind of fluctuating it a bit. Like, because I think that actually does matter when these things are so dynamic.
It gets really tricky to project out because like we'll be getting more IRA funding, but like PCE funding might drop off or tech funding might drop off. So I'm hesitant to like forecast a picture because it might be, it's hard to guess and I don't want to make guesses. So we kind of look at what's available today and in the like medium term. So we know PCE is doing their rebates for a while. We know tech has been renewed for a few years. We know the IRA tax incentives, I think, are through 2030. So like the picture we painted is like reasonable and I feel comfortable with it.
And it's still a snapshot. I think that was an important qualifier that Ryan provided. Like, this is what's available as of this date, but yeah, we see them fluctuating.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Narita. I'm going to focus on costs because I got a lot of letters on costs, a lot of letters and a lot of financial hardships related to this transition. So in the plan, there is a line item called cost effective. And really, cost effective is just simply taking advantage of the labyrinth, I'm going to call it labyrinth, I think is a good word, of rebates. And they do change. The PCE rebate is no longer $3,500, it's $2,500. They have it on their website. I looked today because I wanted to get the most up to date. And tech went from 1,000 to 400. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It just matters that rebates are very spontaneous and can change with or without notice. And frankly, the best thing that people can do is get a quote in terms of the current pricing of their hardware and what rebates are available. I think that's the best we can do. Otherwise, you'll be chasing your tail. But costs are very important. And so I decided that, because we're looking at our gas heater, our gas furnace heater, and whether we do a heat vac, a heat pump, or a gas. Replace our current gas with a gas, a very high efficient gas, and by the way, that price is $73,000. Now, I'll share with everyone to move our gas into a heat pump. And fortunately, we did our electrical. We went from knob and tube into an electrical panel, so I don't have to do that. But that was $5,500. I went back and I looked at that. That's $5,500, just that alone, and that was several years ago. My gas bill is $48 a month. Yeah, I'm gonna, yeah. You know, I'm gonna, yes, I know that, yeah. Right, but, what's that? Okay. All righty. But anyway, my gas to get my heat pump was almost $20,200. And that's without electrical. Now, I put my rebates in there, and I'm down to about $17,000. That's a lot of money for people. That's a lot of money for people. Likewise, I could do it at $7,300. So when we talk about cost effective, we've got to figure out how to close that gap. And I don't know how to do it. I don't. The spread's pretty big. Now, something that does come to my mind, and so I just want to mention that out there, is, and here's a question I have, with the costs, if you look at the cost of just doing a water heater and a space heater, if I'm just doing a water heater and a space heater, which is now required, January 2027, we're no longer installing gas water heaters, 2029, and gas furnaces. And if you look at the cost for individuals, homes, businesses to do that, then I ask myself, on your plan, you've included stoves and you've included dryers. Are you also, what is your thought? When I read that, I said, why am I incurring more costs? I've already got enormous costs between even these two appliances.
So I'll reiterate and hopefully answer your question about what the scope of this project is. And again, tonight is about laying the groundwork for our analysis of different policy options. We are being very transparent about the costs of all the appliances and going equipment by equipment to understand those costs with the commission and with the community. And so this decarbonization strategy will evaluate all types of equipment in all building types. And there are a variety of policy approaches that we will consider to address these, but we are not at that step yet.
Right, but it's included in this plan.
So what you're looking at?
In your framework.
In our framework, we are presenting the costs, yes, the cost of replacement for each type of equipment in various building types. That is included for commission and the public's understanding, yes.
Right. So do you envision the city also requiring that, or we don't know? It's too early.
I think the next step will be to explore the policy options to address all types of equipment in all types of buildings.
Okay, all right. And then another cost, and this goes back, and there's a very admirable, this will be my last question, this is a very admirable point under the equity section. It's under affordable housing and preventing renter displacement. Very admirable, and nobody wants to have renters displaced. But how does that funding, where's the funding going to come from? The city? And I know maybe that hasn't been discussed, but maybe it needs to be discussed as you continue your discussions after this meeting.
Yeah, I think that's the point of this process that we're going through, is to figure all of those things out. And I think it's, I appreciate your case that you've laid out for your personal building.
Yeah, I just did it because that's what I can rely on the best.
Yeah. And I think it's important to hear those anecdotes, but there's going to be a wide range of cost impacts for different buildings. And in some cases, just looking at the cost data as it is today, no additional work from the city, there's going to be scenarios where it's going to be less expensive if you can navigate the labyrinth of incentives, which I 100% agree is an issue. So hopefully through this process, and the goal of this process is to look at how we can make those things easier and what levers the city can pull to move us in this transition. Like, the world, the state of California is moving towards building decarbonization. You have mandates coming down from air districts, from CARB, from others. So the way that this plan can fit in is to look at what can we do to move us in the right direction and bridge these gaps.
No, I understand.
And
I understand all
issues.
that. Yes. No, I understand all that. I'm just looking at costs, and I shared my personal costs, but I'm also looking at a pretty substantial cost for something regarding what's going to happen to renters? And who's going to pay for that? And there's also language about no rental increases. Who's going to pay for all of this? Those are the questions that you will have to ask or start to address after this meeting. And I'll just kind of leave it at that. Let's go to the public and let's see what everyone has to say. Let's do 2 minutes.
Okay, right now I have 11 speaker forms, and I have...
How many online? We might go to a minute.
Still coming. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, I see everybody. Okay, we got it. A minute.
10.
All right, let's do a minute.
Okay. Okay, what I'm gonna do is read the first 3, and if you could just line up, and then I'll do the next 3. So we've got first Annette Bianco, and then Fernando Pena, and Joanne Alilio.
Okay. So Annette.
Okay, my input for these proposed aggressive electrification plans, first of all.
Oh, yep, Annette, yep, is her mic on? Yep, is Annette, yes, there it is. Okay.
Okay, my input for these proposed aggressive electrification plans. First off, I think 2025 is not doable. Not everyone in San Mateo has thousands of dollars to make the modifications needed to make all these electric appliance changes before then, right? So they're going to wait until something fails. And then what happens? You need heat in the winter, and it's going to fail. You're going to realize that it's failed in the winter. Is somebody going to move out and go in a hotel? Are they going to, not be able to take a shower, to dry their clothes, to cook their food, and other things? That wasn't taken into consideration. And what about the increased capacity needed to run all this equipment? I didn't hear a mention of what that's going to do when we're going to have more power outages from this. And why not just offer incentives to convert instead of saying when it fails, you have to go over? I wouldn't want people to store extra gas appliances and have them installed without permits and then create safety hazards. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Annette.
Fernando Pena.
Hello there, Fernando.
Good evening, Chairperson Rowinski and members of the Commission. My name is Fernando Pena. I'm here on behalf of the San Mateo County Association of Realtors. With respect to the residential sector, SAMCAR will be working to provide information pertaining to estimates of the true costs of residential electrification, including possible expenses beyond just water heaters or furnaces. What, if any, additional city requirements may be triggered should a property owner need to apply for permits to decarbonize? What assistance will there be for both low-income and middle-income households through rebates and incentives? We're also seeking clarification, as staff and the consultant talked about, on the Inflation Reduction Act appropriations over the next several years. What assistance will there be for tenants who pay their own utilities? Will the grid be reliable? Is there a need to increase requirements above state and regional requirements? The community engagement process must include the most impacted constituency, homeowners, and neighborhood associations. The project team will do well to include realtors, homeowners, property managers, and housing providers as part of their outreach to key interested parties. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I echo you about the cost. I know that I don't know where you'd get a stove for $1,000 that you mentioned. I worked 25 years to finally get the Italian kitchen I've always wanted. And yes, I have a 6-burner gas stove. My PG&E bill, my electricity bill right now in a 1,700 square foot single-story home is $380 average a month, while my gas is about $75. And I have a gas water heater, a gas dryer and a gas stove. So I really want to see the cost. More importantly, what are we doing to make sure that we're not going to have the brownouts? I lived 2.5 days without electricity this past winter. My father lived in Burlingame. He had a day and a half. I moved him into my house because he was on oxygen. We need to make sure we've got the grid in place before we ask anybody to do any changes. That's the most important.
Thank you, Joanne.
Okay, the next three will be Elaine Salinger, Jeff LaPlante, and Ricky McGlashan.
Thank you for welcoming me back a third time. So my name's Elaine Salinger. I'm also the co-leader for Citizens Climate Lobby, San Mateo County. We have over 1,000 members in the county and 200 who live in the city of San Mateo. I'm speaking tonight to represent their views and concerns about our warming and weird climate. I want to express my gratitude. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great presentations. To the City of San Mateo for implementing the decarbonization objective and for releasing the draft study for review. San Mateo is one of just a handful of U.S. cities taking decarbonization as seriously as the issue deserves. I would also like to urge you to continue the forward momentum of this process. We need to keep supporting decarbonization through all means possible, but specifically by focusing on building electrification. I can share my own story. We're all electric, and my bill last month was $16.
But that's if you, okay, never mind.
Good evening. Thank you for your presentation tonight. So my name is Jeff Lamont. I am a property owner here in San Mateo, and I'm also a realtor. So I'm going to provide you guys this evening a copy of a study that we did, a case study in August of 2021 with some costs associated with going all electric. There's a high end and a low end. So one of my biggest concerns is the grid going to be reliable? Frankly, I don't have a lot of trust with PG&E. My brother lost everything in paradise, and he's still waiting for some of the money that was promised to him from PG&E 3 years later. So that's one of my major concerns. Also, triggers. San Mateo has a sewer lateral ordinance. So if somebody goes and puts all electric in, are they going to be required to replace their sewer lateral? What about fire sprinklers? One of the things that we came up with when we looked at the costs, if you upgrade to a 200 amp panel, a lot of times you're going to be required to replace a 2-inch pipe with a 3-inch pipe going from your driveway to the street. What about the cost for PG&E to cap off your gas lines? And these rebates, who knows what's going to be available? You know, Susan, you even said yourself tonight, it's a moving target.
It is a moving target.
So, and then one last thing is that, you know, what about assistance for tenants, but also what about assistance for the property owners? With these increased costs, are they just going to be expected to eat that cost? That's not equitable. So those are some of my concerns.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jeff.
And I'm going to leave this.
Sure. I would, Cookie, and then you'll distribute this to Andrea and the commission? Yeah.
I will.
Okay.
And you can reach out to myself or Fernando, and I'm sure we'll have further conversations.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I would offer, and let me just, and I know we have a speaker here, you know, if you want to summarize your points in an email, please do so. Send them to Andrea and the commission, because we want to capture all this information. You know, this is part of creating this whiteboard of this plan. So, but I would honestly summarize some of this and send it to us in writing as well. Thank you. Please.
Ricky McGlashan.
Hi, I'm a resident of San Mateo, a property owner for 50 years, and I think it feels very personal to me, this, because I have 4 grandchildren, a lot of us have little children, and I just, looking them in the eye and saying, I'm going to oppose decarbonation, and I just like to choose business as usual, it's simply in denial that the future is already getting hotter. It's more expensive, it's less predictable, and more deadly. And it just makes sense that decarbonization is the better choice from both a moral and personal perspective and a financial standpoint. We ourselves, my husband and I, are in the process of shutting off the gas in our whole house, and we'll have a party and invite you when we turn that gas line off. I'll be very happy. It's going really smoothly, and actually it's costing less than we thought. There are a lot of installers out there. The installer was able to put our neighbors in, the same one we're using, like within 10 days, have the whole thing done. And there was no labyrinth dealing with rebates. It was very easy. San Mateo is becoming a standout leader in facing climate change issues. With so many common sense reasons to accelerate electrification in San Mateo, I'm hopeful that this commission will continue to facilitate our progress on this issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The next three, Robert Whitehair, Terry Whitehair, and Michael Reagan.
Members of the Commission and Chair Brzezinski, thank you again for allowing me to speak this evening. If your head is spinning like mine is, it's probably because we're all paying attention. That's a very, very complicated subject that Ryan made some good, decent sense out of. I really appreciate what the city has done for this decarbonization study. It goes a long way and it's a great first step. I thank you for your leadership in decarbonization. Opponents over the last year have raised some interesting objections that I wanted to answer. I'm pleased there's been a response via significant action by San Mateo residents, including San Mateo Climate Action Team and Elders Climate Action, Elders Action Network, and support groups and government bodies from across the county, state, and country. Cities and counties have passed strong REACH codes. The Game-Changing Inflation Reduction Act provides credits and grants to homeowners, landlords, and businesses. Government grants and permit streamlining are interconnecting and hardening the grid while developing more clean energy. We have seen the development of a large niche industry of contractors and consultants. We've seen an ever-expanding cohort of competent subcontractors. Unions have stepped up. And Peninsula Clean Energy has stepped up by creating a whole
Mr.
home
Whitehair, yeah, the minute's up.
Okay, a whole program focused primarily on low-income families. We thank you for what you're doing, and please continue your support of decarbonization.
Okay, thank you.
Terry Whitehair.
I want to thank you for the wonderful presentation and for the commission to considering this plan. Robert and I have electrified our whole home. We worked with Peninsula Clean Energy. They were a great resource, and Switches On, we've worked with them. We were at one of the town halls, Andrea, that the city put on, and the attendance was wonderful. And we were able to show how to use an induction hot plate and how to cook with it and how we did it for our own home. We did it in a matter of 2 to 3 years with the rebates. It was cost effective for us, which I was surprised because I'm always worried about money. And our home is one of the ones that is probably built in the 1970s, and it looks like our home was forever. And it's really been a really benefit for us. And I think we need to look at a larger picture and what we're doing for the planet and for future generations. And that's what we're concerned with. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Terry.
Michael Reagan.
Oh, thank you. I basically came tonight to try to educate myself. A lot of people so this is from me, not representing anybody else. But what I kind of realize is that there are so many open-ended questions in this, in regards to changing over. So many expenses that are hidden, and so many people out there that are so confused about what's going on as far as how they're going to forcibly have to pay for a lot of these expenditures that they hadn't thought about. Now, I have 3 grandchildren also, and I'm concerned about global warming, but let's be realistic. I don't think this is going to change the world at all. It's a great start. I think, in my opinion, that we should educate San Mateo, and we should tell people in San Mateo that we want you to do this not force them to do it, but give them the option that they can, when they are able to afford it, to be able to switch over. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
The last two I have are Alex Wagenfeld and Linda Bogue.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to comment here. My name is Alex Wagenfeld. I'm 17, a senior at the Nueva High School, San Mateo, and a lifelong resident of the Bay Area. I want to ground this work, what we're talking about here, in the impact of my generation and the sustainability of the world. I want to quickly share my experience with climate action and why this is important to me. I've dedicated my high school life to this work, and San Mateo has been a beacon of hope. I began to realize that taking the first step to create change is quite difficult. You face lots of opposition. There's always that risk that might not work out for us the way we intended it. But once that first step has been taken, then a much greater and more effective change begins to take place. It creates a ripple effect reaching across counties, states, and even countries, as we've seen lately in San Mateo and more broadly in the Bay Area. And as you've probably heard one too many times with climate change, we don't have time to waste. So I encourage you all not to back down, but to be a leader for my generation and for our world. This is an example of change that can extend past our lifetimes, leading to impacts we can't even see down the road. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Alex.
Linda Bogue, and then we have Larry Ivich.
So I have a different point of view, which is, big framework is that the United Nations IPCC, about a year ago, I remember reading their study. They do all the major modeling that people rely on. And they came out and said, the United States, if they went to net zero today, you'd have to go out 4 decimal points before you found any mitigation of the degrees of warming expected by 2050. In other words, if we wanted to affect climate, we would have to be taking all this money and investing in the countries that need to move off of coal and cow patties, because their people need food and need energy to develop. So what we do doesn't make a difference there. But there are other objectives like clean air, and that's being addressed by Bay Area air quality. So I wonder why San Mateo is saying, you have your guidelines from the state, you have to do them, Bay Area air quality. Why are you going to impose other deadlines when they won't be purposeful but will impose costs? Why don't you just educate people about the benefits and the cost effectiveness, make sure they understand what's available to them in rebates, put our efforts there, and help people make good decisions when they have to.
Okay, great. Thank you, Linda.
And Larry Ivich.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Larry Ivich. I reside at 1719 Parkwood Drive in San Mateo. So I live in the community, and I also work in the community. I'm the general manager at Hillsdale Shopping Center. I've been the general manager for some 38 years, so have been there a long time. I think this is great that we're looking at this. I have to be honest with you and say that I think it's moving very rapidly. And I think the consultant and our staff have done a great job. Our staff always does a great job. But I simply want to ask that we slow it down a little bit. I think that we need to have more discussion with the community about it. I completely agree with Commissioner Robbins. I feel very strongly that that needs to happen as a homeowner, but I also feel as someone who manages an institution that has over 100 merchants, that there needs to be interaction with the merchants in our city, the business owners and interests in our city, and find out what their needs are, get them to understand it. I mean, you guys clearly understand it very well. They don't have the foggiest of notions, but we need to make them understand it so they know where we're headed. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Chairwoman and Commissioners.
Okay.
And staff.
Thank you, Larry.
Okay, if we have no other speakers in the audience, we'll go to the online.
Yep.
Okay. The first one is Ted McKinnon.
And Cookie, how many onlines do we have? How many hands, just so we have a sense?
It's 12.
12?
12.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Ted McKinnon. I'm a 25-year resident of San Mateo. I want to thank the city for commissioning the study. I think this is a good first start. I especially appreciate the fact that you enumerated the costs and the rebates associated with the various options. I think that's really helpful. Also wanted to call attention to some of the items on page 50 of the report, actually 36 in the document. Alleviate burden on the customers for upgrading older last mile equipment such as transformers and services. Having to upgrade this equipment can kill a project. I think that's a great suggestion. Also, develop a policy to avoid overestimation of panel needs, which can trigger large-scale electrical upgrades that are prohibitively expensive. I think if the city concentrates on things to lower the cost, and this is the things that end up on next door and become these scare anecdotes, and I think those need to be addressed and head off ahead of time. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Larry.
Ted.
Ted, I'm sorry. Thank you, Ted.
Next one is Dash Leeds.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the conservation organizer for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. We support San Mateo's progress on its building electrification strategy. We're glad to see the commitment from staff on equity and community engagement. We're glad they recognize the need to educate community members and decision makers on building electrification and incentives. Remedying community concerns and streamlining access to incentives and information is critical to making good policy. I want to talk a little bit about methane gas, which has more than 80 times the warming potential of CO2. Short-term pollutants like this can warm the oceans for centuries after those compounds are no longer in our atmosphere. What this means is that time really is a precious gift, and that the methane emission reductions that we achieve today really count in the long run. And on the other side of the coin, the damage of the methane emissions we allow will reverberate for generations. I want to talk about gas stoves as well. A 2013 meta-analysis found that children living in a home with gas cooking have a 42% increased risk of having 24% increased risk of lifetime asthma, and an overall 32% risk of having current and lifetime asthma. So what is the cost of a human life? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next one is Pierce Nugent.
Hello, Pierce? Okay.
Pierce, are you able to speak?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Pierce. I'm a high school student. Thank you for having me today. A transition away from our gas-powered past is long overdue, and it is time San Mateo pursues the bright future that lies in electrification. May I offer to you my perspective on the positive impacts that electrification can have. As a youth in today's society, the climate crisis is at the forefront of my consciousness. This concern is also shared by many others in my generation. Knowing that the city of San Mateo will actively promote electrification helps alleviate these concerns for me and my peers. Additionally, the switch to electric cooking appliances will benefit those with respiratory illnesses, like my younger sister, who suffers from asthma. After installment of an electric stove in our household, she now sees more days without respiratory attacks. Investment into the electrification of our city will not only clean up the air in our homes and help us secure the health of our current and future generations, but it will also reduce our city's carbon footprint and create jobs that myself and other youth will occupy in the coming years. May the Commission back the Sustainable Building Strategy project and help San Mateo set a precedent for other cities to follow and bring the benefits of electrification to countless other communities. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Megan Strain.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Megan Strain, and I'm a resident here in San Mateo. First, I want to thank the committee for releasing this draft study and for honoring the City Council's approved objective for decarbonization. I'm 28, and I'm really proud to live in this city that actually takes climate change seriously. It's so amazing compared to other places I've lived in, like in Texas. And we know a big way to tackle the climate crisis we're facing is by electrifying buildings. And I was very excited to hear about the detailed framework from Recon Consultants. I worry every day about my future children who are going to face the worst of climate change. And I just think we cannot leave such a big stone unturned. Decarbonization must happen to face the climate crisis that's looming over our community, especially low-income neighborhoods. Electrification is more than possible, and you shouldn't be intimidated by people who say it's too costly. To wait and to wait for something to happen instead would be way too costly instead. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Megan.
Anjali Mishra?
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Anjali. I'm 16 years old and I'm a high school student in San Mateo. I strongly urge the Commission to continue the City Council objective to decarbonize by 2030 and end the use of gas. I'm going to be dealing with the consequences of climate change within my lifetime that you or all of the opponents of decarbonization think are so far in the future. They aren't. These consequences aren't far in the future, and eventually it will no longer be a choice to decarbonize, and we will have to adapt to our changing climate. And so I ask, why can't that start now? San Mateo taking action does matter. San Mateo is a model for all other cities in the Bay Area, and the decisions we make here will have an impact. Some community members have raised concerns about the cost of electrification, and the reality is that they've actually come down substantially. And as technologies begin to scale and markets grow, costs will continue to come down, and electrification will become cheaper in the long term, especially when we factor in savings from improvements to the climate and community health. We just have to be willing to be a pioneer and make that choice to be uncomfortable with pioneer status in the short term to actually be able to live in the long term. The urgency of the climate crisis.
Angelina, thank you.
Michelle Hudson?
Thank you, Recon and Andrea, for a great presentation tonight. I urge the city to continue its strong forward momentum on its building decarbonization planning. This is so important for several reasons, including, number one, the climate crisis. It doesn't even need to be said anymore, but it is really dire. If you value the younger generations, or even just the 10 next years, it's an all hands on deck moment. We need you, our elected local leaders, to embrace this fight wholeheartedly. Rapid electrification of our building stock must be part of the solution. Number two, health and safety. Burning methane in our homes is extremely unsafe and hazardous to human health, especially that of our children. And number three, it's getting so much easier. Going electric has gotten far more affordable with rebates now available, the grid is more reliable all the time, and PC is developing a home electrification one-stop shop. The era of home electrification has arrived in San Mateo. Commissioners, please rise to the occasion. I want to be filled with pride that our city continues to be a model for others to follow in combating the climate crisis and in building decarbonization. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Claire Shintani?
Hello, my name is Claire Shintani and I'm 19 years old. I was born and raised in San Mateo, but I'm currently away at college. However, I'm calling in tonight because I'm very concerned about climate change and its implications for my generation. I'm thankful for the Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission's leadership in implementing the decarbonization objective for San Mateo and for releasing the draft study for review, and I respectfully request the Commission's continued support for decarbonization with an emphasis on building electrification. If I may be so lucky, I'd like to return to San Mateo to raise my own family one day, and the Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission's commitment to electrification ensures that there is a San Mateo to return to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Claire.
Mike Swire?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thanks to the city for being a leader in electrification and for staff and the consulting team for doing some great work here. I just wanted to express my frustration that the focus seems to be on the financial cost for homeowners and landlords. When the average cost of a new home in San Mateo is over 1.5 million, I really hope that when we talk about costs, we also consider the almost 50% of residents that are renters and cannot afford a home. We need to consider the cost to them in terms of increased asthma and heart disease when their landlords continue to operate gas appliances that make them and their kids sick. The cost to them is over $1,000 per month for asthma medicine and missed work days, etc. Let's not forget those who truly can't afford the current cost of gas appliances. Thanks so much.
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
Jordan Grimes.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jordan Grimes, 19th Avenue Park. I want to thank staff for the comprehensive presentation on such a complex issue and incredible amount of work they've put in on this. We need to stop nibbling around the edges and pursue serious policy changes now in the near term that set us on the road to decarbonization by 2030. As has been discussed, there are myriad rebates and credits available right now from federal, state, and local agencies, from utilities, and more sources are becoming available every day. I hear a lot of discussion about the cost of not doing this and almost nothing about the cost of not doing so, which I assure you, as you should be able to see, are much higher. If we demand policy perfection before we make meaningful change, we will, quite frankly, all be dead by the time it happens, and so will everyone else. Please move forward with progressive climate policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan.
Bruce Nagel.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I laud the town of San Mateo for putting together an extensive look at this and doing things like getting outreach so that it's possible to understand exactly what the customers need. The health issue, I think, is one that's very real, and it's something that does need to be dealt with. And unfortunately, it's really a question of equity because, in general, the stoves is the thing that gives you the asthma problems, and the stoves are in much more contained spaces, which means a higher concentration of nitrogen oxides that cause the problem. So we need to make sure that we address that. And I think we've seen that the youth have been responsible for this. A good number of proposals of the people who have talked about this are ones who are on the younger side, and the ones who are going to be left with what we leave them. Last thing I'll mention is the fact that there's a serious efforts going on to make things more efficient. And so what we have today, we'll have things in the future that will be more efficient and work over the entire environment. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Perry Gu.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Perry, a sophomore at South City High in South San Francisco. As a student concerned about climate change and a member of Citizens Climate Lobby San Mateo Youth Group, I thank the Commission for its efforts to encourage electrification and decarbonization. Electricity is becoming increasingly green and cheap over time, and so has heat pump technology. Although traditional gas furnaces do cost more to initially install than heat pumps take 4 times less energy to run, which is not only more environmentally friendly, but also reduces electricity bills, saving money. In addition, heat pumps are also financed by the Inflation Reduction Act. I would like to thank the Commission for its efforts in fighting climate change and for the future of our generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Perry.
Angelina Soldatos.
Thank you, Commission. Hello, my name is Angelina Soldatos, and I'm with the California Apartment Association. We represent rental housing providers throughout California, including our members in San Mateo. I'd like to acknowledge San Mateo City staffs and the consultants' work that has been done, and the Commission taking the time tonight to have meaningful discussion. CAA respectfully asks for further research and clarification on the projected costs and prospects stated in tonight's presentation in both rental housing providers and renters. CAA welcomes this opportunity to provide our subject matter expertise and contribute to the dialogue as key stakeholders on this policy proposal. Thank you.
I see no other hands raised.
No other hands? We have no one else here in person. Okay, we have a few of us still here. Let's do this. We're going to just have final commission comments, and we will start with Commissioner Michael.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for tonight's presentation and for all the comments heard and received. We see this as an important and complex issue. I appreciate San Mateo taking such a thoughtful approach, looking into equity and trying to think about it all. I think community outreach is going to be really important. And my comments basically outline what I'm preparing for the next January meeting. So in community outreach, thinking it would be important to reach out both to different neighborhoods and also to different types of buildings. Someone mentioned contractors, but also architects and designers are just as important because they lay out what renovations will look like and make those decisions. Also, it's an opportunity to, during the community engagement, to also educate the people that you talk with, because often in the environmental justice communities or the buildings that need the most help may encounter the most distrust towards this issue. So that will be a challenge, but I think also an opportunity. In the report itself, I'd like, to think about the questions that we get a lot and that also came up here tonight about grid reliability. That question's always raised, and it would be really helpful to see that laid out on paper on how that's approached. Also with PG&E service, I think anyone who has to deal with PG&E realizes it's a challenge and how they'll be connected to this puzzle of electrification. Regarding cost effectiveness, some of the things in the criteria that I'd like to be built out more is I do agree that the rebates are challenging because they're coming from 3 different agencies, each with its own process. So even if it includes how does one homeowner go about getting those would be helpful. And, sometimes the rebates goes to the contractors versus the homeowners, just laying that all out to what it really means to a resident's financial pocket. And also for January, I think we could use some more information that'll help us think about how to prioritize projects. For example, it'd be helpful to see the breakdown of buildings for greenhouse gas emissions, how much of it is residential versus commercial that take up the greenhouse gas emissions coming from each sector. And how much of the approach would also take a bite out of the greenhouse gas emissions. So will those 2030 and 2040 targets be met through building electrification? And I sort of imagine this amazing, GIS map with all these layers. I don't know if this is possible, but, seeing those environmental justice communities, seeing the location of these old buildings and seeing types of buildings so we could sort of analyze and help prioritize where to target areas. And my last point is about efficiency. I do think it is confusing. We say a lot that, electrification is more efficient than gas, but how does that look on the bill, on an electricity bill? How does that translate? Is that gas amount that we're paying go straight into electricity, or does it not really translate that way? But I think all of these questions just also help inform the process and make, I liked, Andrea, how you said, trying to be as transparent as possible, and that continues that path. But I'm looking forward to January. I think there's a lot of work to be done, but it's really exciting work. So thank you for tonight.
I'll do, yeah. Okay, yeah. Vice Chair Narita, because I know it's getting late where you are at.
It's okay. I'll stay till the end. This is important. So thank you to all members of the public for your incredibly thoughtful and concise
comments on this item. It's just incredibly rewarding to hear your insights and to learn from everyone. And thank you so much for your continued engagement during this long commission meeting. So a couple things, well, several things. I think for, not even for January, but more immediately for the community outreach, being a little bit more clear on dates and what options are on the table and what is not being considered, or will be quickly looked at and maybe declined for various reasons is important. So I appreciate, for instance, that there's a model code that says January 1, 2025. I'm curious if there can be a faster analysis on the feasibility of that as a date. And if in fact it is not feasible for various reasons, if alternative dates can quickly be what we anchor on instead. Because I am concerned about broader community misinformation and disinformation permeating out. And it's not the fault of any individual resident or interested party for the myriad of emails, but I am curious, who are, like, there are folks out there who are disseminating information that is inaccurate. And I don't think it's necessarily intentional, but we want to make sure that going forward, things are very clear what exactly we are talking about and by when. And that includes articulating when things are out. In terms of costs, I really appreciate the deep dive on that. And in my personal experience, having been an advocate, 90% of the conversations and planning and analysis were about costs. And that's just because that's very real and tangible. And even if that's the case, the story that we tell to the greater community, to City Council, has to also include those other pieces, right? The workforce, the health concerns, one of the commenters said about job hours lost, loss of efficiency of society. These are actually very real things that City Council should also be concerned about, in addition to any individual's absorbed cost for this potential issue. And then getting to costs, I do hope that there can be some further analysis on incentives and how to reduce general friction. That's what we want to see, right? We want to minimize the amount of friction that folks will feel when doing this work. And I want to commend the city, for instance, on the sewer lateral program. That program asks for 3 quotes. It gives half of the cost up to 50%, up to $5,000. And what that has done in the marketplace is actually stabilize prices so that a sewer lateral costs about $10,000, because all the contractors know, oh, you get 50% up to $5,000. Well, I'm just going to charge you $10,000 because that's the max I can really, that's the max that the market actually can bear. And they've maximized and made that incredibly efficient in the marketplace, such that all the quotes are very similar. We don't have that yet for building decarb. But I'm very curious if there's ways to create stabilizing programs or to work with the existing incentive providers to throw around San Mateo's weight, if you will, as a leadership city, really looking at this, and being a potential tip of the spear in the peninsula to really explore and understand what are the opportunities to create that kind of stabilization in the marketplace. Through the incentives, because it is not okay that someone would have to necessarily go and get 12 quotes and they could range by like $20,000 to $30,000 or whatever the range could be. That is prohibitive. That is full of friction, and that is not what we want, because we are looking at a generational transition for building decarb that has to start immediately. In the future, I hope there's more conversations with installers. I so appreciate it, and I wanted to acknowledge the realtors and CAA and the general manager of Hillsdale for coming and providing comments and being open to continued conversation. That's so meaningful and important. And we didn't have anyone who's an installer or an experienced contractor speak, which is an indication of potential capacity issues or lack of awareness, right? And so how do we ensure that perspective is captured and that the marketplace is ready enough. I'm fully supportive of policy as a forcing mechanism for the market to, get into shape and to provide the stable signals that it can to installers that they need to, scale and grow their learning to actually do electrification at the scale that is required for climate. I am totally supportive of that. And at the same time, we need to just make sure that there's enough to be ready for the incoming amount needed in the first couple of years of whatever is decided. Kind of some specific pieces of feedback. On the draft equity criteria, I actually would recommend making a couple of the pieces there stronger. Specifically, I had flagged the concurrent housing condition improvement. Right now, the language says encourage. I would actually, recommend language such as prioritize, because those are the houses that won't be able to electrify because they have mold or like other just issues that need to be addressed first. So from an equity standpoint, those are the houses, those are the buildings that actually need to be prioritized, not just encouraged. And so how do we take some of the best learnings from Berkeley's roadmap about targeted universalism, meaning targeting certain programs and ideas towards the most disadvantaged because everyone else will be able to, benefit as well from that approach. That to me is a priority, is making sure the absolute worst houses and homes in the community have the resources that they need in order to decarbonize as quickly as possible. Similarly, there's language about support high road job opportunities. Again, I would actually maybe, again, try to prioritize that. We know that the workforce will be needed and that it will be needed at a scale that we currently don't quite have yet. And lastly, I think there needs to be some sort of support, Andrea, that you get in terms of general communications and outreach and communications, like in a strategic communications level, like actual support that you receive from communications professionals on this. Because this is so exciting that, San Mateo is a leadership city, and I hope that the NGO community and building decarb advocates and folks like that could identify maybe some talent that could help with making this stuff super accessible to our community, because we would be a first mover in the peninsula if this does actually move forward, and we need a comms plan accordingly beyond just you and another individual. And community leaders, that's necessary and that's not sufficient. So what other resources can be brought to bear to support you in this effort going forward? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Robbins.
Great, thanks staff and consultant as always. I want to be clear, the need here is great. I mean, climate change is an existential threat. It's very real. I support the goal of trying to get us towards electrification as much as possible. And I'm here and drove my EV. I've got my solar panels on the roof. It's a public benefit. It's not just a private benefit. But there are trade-offs and competing interests. Principal one being costs. And I think what we're also going to find is another benefit, a trade-off or a competing interest is just the general acceptance of mandates. There's a lot of resistance to that, understandably. And people accept them over time when they're treated respectfully and logic is applied and they have a chance to actually learn about what's going on. You know, people grumble when they have to get a permit for their bathroom remodel, but they don't really question the code standards that they have to meet because they've been in place and they make sense. I would suggest that we give some strong consideration to pushing out timing or leaving them blanks because that really scares people unnecessarily. I think the incentives and rebates are hugely important, but I also think they need to be consolidated, better tracked. There has to be better ease of access. That's a little bit outside of our universe, our ken, but to the extent we can push for that, our friends at PCE can be helpful. And I tend to resist throwing too many personal anecdotes out, but I have to do one in this area. It just drove me nuts. Big push to suggest, to get people to buy used EVs, right? And our current EV, a little Chevy Bolt, the poor man's Tesla, is came off lease. And had we decided to buy it because we love it. We think it makes perfect sense. And had I let it go off lease and just left it behind and bought the equivalent car next door on the lot, there was a healthy rebate. But because I was buying it off lease, I didn't get it. PG&E, PC, anybody. So, I mean, these things, the devil can be in the detail, and it can be a real problem. We don't want to have that happen here. That'll just get people up in arms. We might want to consider, there was a mention of the lateral, I think Kimmy brought that up. That laterals program, it's not always well funded, but it's been a great, great program. And though it's anathema to some of our citizenry, the idea that the city maybe would put in place some economic incentives. It's a public benefit. A little bit of public money might help, particularly because I think we're going to have to build in either exceptions for lower income or some sort of program that allows for lower income and the needs. We have a lot of renters, but there are a lot of relatively modest landlords, who are going to have to pass that cost through or not be able to do it when they need to do an improvement. And we would hate for that to not to happen. And we really need to be mindful of the pushback that we're getting. And I think we can overcome it, but it takes time and outreach. And what we don't want to have is too much pushback, over unnecessary, and we also don't want to put in place something where you end up with a lot of people just a black market going around, and that happens. See heritage trees, see lots of other code requirements. How many people are buying houses and finding things that were not done according to permit, and it can be a real hassle. And you don't want to build that in. Lastly, I want to echo, though maybe I stated it to begin with, but others have. Commissioner Michael did a great job. The community outreach, it can be a little tedious, see the general plan, but it's always informative, and it also does a good job of getting people on board. And, as we've learned in the traffic area, for example, what sounds good in one neighborhood all of a sudden gets everybody up in arms and they lose their parking spaces or what it'll be. So I think we need to invest in that community outreach. I know we have tons of staff who have nothing but free time. Obviously, that's not true. But I think it's important. And if council gets on board, we can't direct that, but if council gets on board, I think they would, it would behoove the city and all of us to just give a little more time and do more outreach to get input and also to get buy-in. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, here is, I've got 4 thoughts here. One, and I did think about this, is assigning case managers to people's, I'll say, open bills to help them navigate the rebates. The rebates are complicated. And as Commissioner Robbins says, the devil's in the detail. For example, to get a Bay-REN rebate, you have to hire a Bay-REN certified contractor. To get a tech rebate, it has to be a tech certified ramp. And so it's all these little details that could really hang you up and add an enormous amount of time and frustration to this process. So let's call it a rebate case manager, possibly somebody who can also propose other financial options, because right now the cost gap is very wide. It still is. It's still very wide so we need every rebate possible, and new ones that come in, old ones that expire. So let's call that the case manager rebate. And I would say, Andrea, I think you have a lot of work to do moving forward in terms of outreach. And I think outreach needs to expand to realtors, to landlords, to property managers, commercial buildings such as Marriott. I thought about the Marriott. The Marriott in San Mateo is one of our largest revenue, it is our actually largest single revenue source in hotel tax. So they need to be brought into the fold. I also thought about middle-class families. They're really hard to get to. It's typically two people working, and they may not have the money to make these investments. So I think a lot of outreach needs to be done. I agree with Commissioner Robbins. I think the timeline intuitively is very aggressive. And I think we need more Andreas. So and you've heard that pretty much on the outreach. In terms of promoting affordable housing and preventing renter displacement, get it, understand it, but how is that going to be funded? And that's probably a conversation with landlords and property managers and anyone else. I don't know where that funding, maybe the city. But that's where that conversation may go to. And then, finally, I struggle with this, the fact that San Mateo has picked up an enormous load here. This is a big job for our city. And I don't know whether we can work with other cities, the League of Cities. I don't know how that works, but just give that some thought. My instincts tell me this is a lot for our single city to carry, and can we work with other neighbors to help implement this? Actually, frankly, a source of some discussion here should be our elected representatives, Diane Pappin and Josh Becker. I'll share with everyone, John Mays, who's the editor of the San Mateo Daily Journal, proposed that the state pass a statewide bond to finance all of this, because the whole state's going to have to go through that. I mean, it's out of our wheelhouse, but talking with Pappin and Becker is not. So that might be an option. Anyway, thank you. I don't think there's any more comments at this point in time. Everyone, I will just quickly just wrap up. We're going to wrap up the session. We're done. Is everybody done? Vice Chair Narita? Okay, great. We'll close out this session. The final agenda item is reports, meetings, and announcements of interest. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share? No. Sure, please.
Sorry, I'd love to just plug two of upcoming events that we have on Saturday, September 23rd. That's the new scheduled date for our Bayfront cleanup, which occurs at Seal Point Park and begins at 9 a.m. And then also on September 23rd, our event that is being spearheaded by 350 Silicon Valley is called All Aboard Peninsula, which is a family-friendly event highlighting Caltrain. And in San Mateo, starts at 11:15 and is a scavenger hunt, family-friendly scavenger hunt on B Street. And that's all I wanted to share with the commission and the public.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other? Nope. No. Okay. With that, our next commission meeting is October 11th, starting at 7 p.m. And this meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.